They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it.
All right. We back at it. Good morning. Good morning to the family. Clap it up for yourself, of course. Got some things to build on this morning. Everything continues to move in boxing. A lot of great information coming out this morning. A lot of breaking news this morning as well. And now, is it a lot of breaking news this morning? We have breaking news this morning, right? And obviously things are continuing to develop with this whole entire Lamont Roach Tank Davis situation. A lot of people are tapping in. Some important people have tapped in into the conversation and put some true perspective on it. And as the things are developing, we're going to talk about it. It is starting to, in my eyes, start to go in a certain direction. But I think it's an obvious thing, right? Like, I think we all kind of understood. If you've been watching boxing long enough, and we're going to talk about that as well, just as far as a boxing fan, and as many years as you've been watching boxing, and as many years as I've been watching boxing, I think it's I'm wondering how genuine or disingenuine it is for boxing fans or content creators to be in the dark about the rules and the regulations of boxing that we've all understood it to be for years, to where there's a gray area now amongst the boxing space as far as rules are concerned and as far as how the rules apply in a fight, right? We're going to talk about all of that. Yesterday, we also had a press conference, rollout press conference for the Fatal Fury, New York Times Square that popped out. And if you guys aren't aware of it, this is the Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez headline card in New York, in Times Square, that Turki Al-Sheikh is putting together with Ring Magazine, actually rolling that out to something unprecedented. I guess I'm not sure if it's ever been done before, but this is going to be actually an event in the center of Times Square, from what I understand. Limited seating, but this is going to be something epic, obviously. Huge for the casual fan base of boxing to see something like this, as they're using the theme to be this Fatal Fury, this video game, rolling it out for the casual audience. So Turki Al-Sheikh definitely campaigning to reintroduce or introduce a whole new audience to the boxing space, but in the correct way, in my opinion, right? As far as introducing them to not only boxing, but introducing them to a structured boxing. As news has also came out about Turki rolling out an actual promotional company deal, partnership deal, including Dana White. We're going to talk about it. This is actually going to be, they're actually having a promotional company that's going to be signing fighters, right? A whole setup, but we've been hearing about this in the streets potentially coming out, but actually this morning news coming out that this has officially rolled out. We'll talk about that as well. Break down some of these fights on the card, and after we get some perspective on everything, like we always do towards the end of the show, we'll open up the panel to hear you guys give us your perspective on how everything's going. So salute to everybody who is in the building this morning so far. Let's see. We got Eastside Easy in the building. Always a Kalia World. Good morning, Queen. Good morning. In the building. Shout out to Big Tim 45 in the building saying, salute Clay checking in from Omaha, Nebraska. Salute to Omaha, Nebraska, home of my favorite boxer, right? Terrence Crawford. So Omaha, Nebraska always gets the love here. The boxing kangaroo from the land down under. I'm so happy that you graced my page and my platform today, as I know we're in 2 different time zones. I appreciate you being here today. Hope to give you some good content today, man. We can talk about some real things going on in boxing, and hope it was worth your time. But I appreciate you being here. A scholar amongst scholars, the boxing kangaroo. Shout out to 5 boxing fan in the building. Elevate. Let's go. No, that's what we gonna do, man. Keith Tucker. Oh, Keith Tucker, let me get you together, man. Let me get you together. I remember you from yesterday, Keith. I couldn't find you, man. I was looking for you, and I was just too focused on putting his content. I couldn't find you, so I was like, you know what? The next time he shows up, I'm gonna get him together, man. Salute, Keith Tucker. Inevitable D Block. Salute to Inevitable D Block in the building. Yeah. Salute to you, King. D Block got a channel coming together. You guys know he's been running it on Twitter. A real passionate boxing fan, who's always going to keep it 100 where he comes from. You're not always going to agree with him, but man, you will be entertained. And listen, man, he's going to give you some real perspective on boxing. Can't wait for that channel to finally roll out and see D Block do his thing. Salute to D Block, man. It is what it is, right? Salute to Teach in the building. Teach, I don't know where you're from. I know you got a little bit of an accent, man, but very articulate brother. Always like to see him here. Hopefully Teach get on the panel sooner rather than later. He always kind of like duck the panel a little bit, but salute to Teach in the building. Scholar among scholar, Teach in the building, D Block. Let's see here. My brother from another mother, Maaki, frequent flyer or flyer frequency, which you know him as, in the building. Salute to you, man. YG Knight in the building. Salute to YG Knight in the building. What it do, fam? Salute to Antoine, MMA. What it do? Antoine, what part of ATL you from? I lived in ATL for like 7 years, family. Like I lived in Decatur. I lived over there over in Cleveland, you know what I'm saying? Over Cleveland down there, in East Point, you know what I mean? I've stayed everywhere, man. ATL, man. I love ATL, man. Let's see here. Teach says, Claymore, how do you think they're gonna pull this off in Times Square? I have no idea, man. We're gonna talk about it though, right? Listen, I'll tell you like this, even though I have no idea how they're going to do it, them saying they're going to do it, you can rest assured that I'm pretty confident in the fact that they have it planned out, right? Like this is not them giving promises and not being able to follow up on it. So I think it's going to be more interesting watching it develop. I don't know how they're going to do it. I know one important aspect of it that I'm hearing is that it's going to be very limited seating, right? Like a couple 100 people are going to actually be allowed to sit in there. So that's probably going to like kind of address, I think, the big elephant in the room, which is how you're going to fit thousands and thousands and thousands of people in Times Square like that in an organized way. So clearly they're going to isolate and insulate the situation to a certain degree, but it's going to be an interesting rollout when you think, we're going to talk about it. When you think about all the electronics, all the billboard technology in Times Square, how they're probably going to implement that, use it. Obviously, Turkey's going to lock Times Square down to a degree where it's not going to be open to the public. So there's probably going to be a lot of technology out there. The theme is going to be this video game Fatal Fury thing. So it's probably going to be a real eye stimulating experience, right? A real mental and eye stimulating experience from wherever we're watching it from, right? So I'll be interested in seeing how they bring that technology together. Salute to Sonny Augustine in the building. Salute, King. Salute to you, man. Easy Walters in the building. Salute to you, brother. Hunter Young says, shout to Turkey, Dana White, TKO for coming together. My prediction is steadily becoming true. Yeah, I don't know what your prediction was, but yeah, man, I think if your prediction was down the line of them eventually opening up a promotional company and getting involved in boxing this way and and just continuing to dig deeper and dig deeper into the boxing space. Yeah, man, you were right on, brother. You definitely called it, man. Jerron Purtle in the middle. Purtle in the middle. Jerron Purtle in the building. Salute, family. How you doing, man? Let me see. Keith Tucker. Let's see here. Big Sarge says, yo, Clay, isn't it ironic how Ryan Garcia has abandoned Tank over his draw decision while Tank supported him during the drug scandal versus Devin? Nasty work. Hashtag nasty work. It's not ironic. It's the way it is, right? Like, I don't think there was ever any delusion about their relationship being more than, what's the word I'm looking for? The enemy of my, what is it? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know, some saying like that, right? Like it was always superficial. It was always based on the common denominator, which was Devin Haney. Never really supporting each other in a real way, right? They were never close like that. So I'm not shocked at all that Ryan Garcia is choosing to speak against Gervonta today. But also, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna give Ryan Garcia some credit a little bit of just holding boxing to boxing, like acknowledging the elephant in the room. I think a lot of content creators and boxing fans in the space are clearly making a choice and drawing a line in the sand between actual boxing and how they feel about one fighter. Maybe they're not doing it on purpose, but in so many arguments you hear about Tank Davis not deserving an L, and we wanting to like hate on Tank Davis and what he's doing. And this is really not about that. This is about the integrity of the sport. This is about the rules and regulations. This is about consistency in the sport. That's all it is. In essence, Tank doesn't even necessarily have to lose, right? But I think the bigger argument being made by most people, it should be at least, is whether or not that was a knockdown or not, whether or not that was allowed or wasn't allowed. And if it was a knockdown, it should count as a knockdown. And whatever comes about from it being a knockdown, let the cards lay where they lay, right? But more importantly, it's not about Tank losing as much as the rule being upheld. So I got no problem with Ryan Garcia standing on something good, right? Salute to 2 Cents in the building. Salute 2 Cents. Mr. Big Play Bray. Good morning, family. No, good morning to you, family. Grand rising, brother. Let's see here. Getting all the fill on us now. Yeah, boxing kangaroo. You know how we carry it. Okay, Ray. Ray's here. Ray's in the back of the building. Salute to Ray Davis in the building, guys. Building, man. Let me see. Justin Washington. What's up? Claymore. Salute. J Rock in the building. Salute. Rock. What's good with you, man? Let's see here. Hunter Young said boxing has always had BS, and this Tank thing is just more BS piled on a stack of previous BS. I can do that. I could rock with that, Hunter Young. How you doing this morning, Ray?
Chilling. Peace to everybody in the building. You know what I mean? I see y'all out there in TV land. You know what I mean? Taking care of the show. Clay, great opening.
Yeah.
I love the question about how Top Square is going to do it. I do have an idea. I just have an idea because I hang out there a lot. Used to hang out there a lot. So right. We'll see. We'll see.
I think Times Square, I think this is going to be, we're going to talk about it, obviously, you know what I mean? But this whole event and what Turkey's doing now, and now with the new promotional company and partnership deal he just signed this morning with Dana White and I can't remember the other guy's name, but TKO. They actually are rolling out an actual promotion company where they're going to be actually signing fighters now. It's not going to always be cross promotion. They actually have their own promotion company now. This is going to be interesting to see how they roll this out, right? There's going to be fighters that are going to be signing. We're going to break it down. They put everything out as far as the contract, all the goals, the mission statement, what they plan on doing. We know Turkey's trying to bring it full circle to some point to have a belt, and not multiple belts and all these different. There'll be a champion for each division, and they're going to be bringing a lot of things to the table that I think is just going to bring more structure to the sport. And I think the sport needs structure. I know a lot of people are going to push back at it because I'm sure they would rather the structure had come from something from the United States. For the American boxing fans who watch the channel, I know we have people from other spaces. Obviously, we got the Boxing Kangaroo. We got Fight Sports Talk from New Zealand. We've got Echo who comes in here. We got some people from other spaces. But, this in America, which is, I would think most of the people here watching the show are American boxing fans. The people who are against the whole Turkey al-Sheikh movement seem to be really pushing back off the idea of the lack of the control that they feel like America had on boxing at one point in time, and they feel it, I guess, slipping through their fingers, which is funny within itself. That's a joke within itself because you guys never owned boxing. You guys do what you do.
They rented it.
You don't even know who owns boxing at the end of the day. When you look at the sanctioning bodies, when you look at Mauricio Suleiman, right, and you look at those names that, you know what I'm saying, that are controlling so much in boxing, how much does America really own boxing? But that's the resistance that is going to come from. But I think at one point in time or another, any boxing fan that I know, any real boxing fan that I know, always was wondering about the dynamic of the multiple belts in each division. And, you know, why can't it be a champion and the champion defending their titles and things of that nature, and also destroying the whole across the street nonsense, right? The whole, you know, bringing all these organizations under one roof so that we can see all the fighters in the space compete each other without any fake firewalls being put up based on promoters not wanting to work with other promoters. I think that's also going to be an interesting aspect of the whole entire setup as well. So it is what it is, right? I mean, it is what it is, man. People are going to be upset. Everybody can't go, you know, but look, it looks like there'll always be a space for now, at least, for these boxing fans. You know, they'll support the PBC, or they'll support, you know, boxing happening here in America, and they'll boycott or not watch boxing happening overseas, I guess, or being promoted by people from overseas. I don't know how they plan on carrying it, but I can tell you, me personally, the boxing fan that I am, I'm more and more excited as more information comes out, as more things are developing, as more things are happening. It's making boxing more interesting, more intriguing. It's making a more exciting space to build content in, and I love it. I'm loving every minute of it. You know, it is what it is. Let's see here. Let me see who else we got in the building here. I think that's everybody, right? Hold on.
Right.
So we're gonna talk about. So what you been up to, man? You went to work last night, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually I was just chilling, man. I had to stretch out, you know what I mean, wiggle the arms a little bit, pause, because people will take that the wrong way. I don't know if there's a pause there, but just be safe. Wiggle the arms a little bit, stretch, because, you know, sometimes you, in those cramped spaces, man, when you laying down and you gotta get up and do the job. So when you hit me, I was just letting the dog out. So I said, give me a minute. Because, you know, I got to take care of him, get him fed and all that stuff. So he ain't out there making noise and begging to go back outside. Yeah, man, at the end of the day, man, this is some crazy. The boxing is becoming a great event. Let's put the word event there, right? I was going to say spectacle, because it is. It's a good thing for the
definitely a lot of spectacle energy too, man. I agree with you on that, man. I think there's a lot of spectacle.
But I think the event side of it is becoming an event. It's becoming something of second nature, something that we don't expect. The way they're going to fit all the people there, let me just be clear, is the same way they do when they have New Year's there, right? They shut it down. They allow their people in. And New Year's, they shut down the gates. They have plenty of policemen there. They have plenty of security there. They have all that taken care of. So don't be surprised if you see thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching this fight from the streets. Not to mention Broadway right down the block, bro. So, you know, you may have your ring walk coming from down Broadway. You don't know what's going on. Yo, it's gonna be something crazy. HMM was right there. You know what I mean? Like, you got a lot of places, man. And whoever's involved, kudos to them, man, because they're gonna get their name out there, and it's gonna help the sport. I'm telling you, it's gonna be something that's never been done, to something that is going to change the way that boxing's looked at. You know what I mean? In a lot of casual fans' eyes. I can't wait. And as far as Dana White, because I know you touched on that, Clay, Dana White and them guys merging, there are some Americans involved. You know what I mean? That's the crazy part. The thing is, you got to be across the board with things. And does everybody approve of Dana White's approach and things like that and believe that he knows about boxing? No, but he knows about combat sports in general. And that's key. I do know that's supposed to be their own league, though, right? And from there, they can bring boxing into their boxers and this stuff. So hopefully that works out. Anyway, at the end of the day, Clay, I've been great. I've been fine. I am here, and I'm ready to build.
No doubt, no doubt. Salute to AK Crowder in the building, putting that $2 in there. I appreciate you, AK, man. Thank you, man. Another grassroots supporter, from Blue Blood Sports comes over here, you know what I'm saying, to support the channel. Always humble and I always know AK is praying for everybody to do well. And I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the support in the channel, man. Shout out to Swift 718 in the building. You know what I mean? Channel says, good morning, gentlemen. Thank you, Cassius Clay and Sugar Ray. We are now tuned into the most mature morning time boxing discourse program. I love that, Swift 718. I like that right there. We are now tuned in to the most mature morning time boxing discourse program. Man, I like it, man. I like it a lot, Swift. I ain't gonna lie, man. That one right there might stick, man. We might hear that statement a lot more often. I think that might stick. I'm gonna let it, I'm gonna let it marinate, like a comedian once said. I'm gonna let that sizzle in my spirit, and I'll let you know what I think about it. You know what I mean? Definitely appreciate the love, and I definitely appreciate the support to the channel, man. But yeah, man, so much stuff coming out. Swift said, hold on. Swift back in the building, showing support. You know what I mean? Back with the $2 holler. Back with a $2 holler. Says Dana White started in the boxing biz before UFC, though.
Yes, I did know that.
We're going to talk about it, Swift. Definitely, man. Definitely, trust me, we're going to talk about it. And I think people are going to isolate and try to turn this. These are going to be the arguments that we're going to be dealing with, right? As far as
that was my point.
Right, the experience in Dana White and putting things like this together. And people don't know the history of Dana White, right? They don't know where he started from to get to where he is, and why in so many ways he's the perfect fit for this job, right? And obviously Turkey Al-Sheikh probably has done it. He's seen what's happened at the UFC. He's seen the success rate of the UFC from the time it opened to the time it actually sold off for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, and then where it's at today, and the structure and what fans love most about the UFC, bringing that aspect to this sport as far as the structure of the best fighting the best, right? The ranking structure meaning something. We're going to talk about that. I'm not going to get all deep into it right now, but Dana's going to bring a lot of energy to this space. And I think that the greatest thing about it is people have a choice, right? And choice is always good. Right. The competitive nature of business, of free market business, is going to have the people to make a choice by what they watch, by what they support, how they support it, how they celebrate it. The people are going to choose. You're going to have the other model, the other structure that people are used to, that they feel like is the best way. And then you're going to have clearly a new revolutionary version of it that's going to be tweaking and structuring certain things in a certain way. And let's see what the fans think about this new rollout in boxing and see if that doesn't make sense or if it does make sense, right? So one way or the other, man, definitely. And shout out to Mr. Big Play Bray putting another $2 in the building. Actually, I thought I was AK Crowder. Mr. Big Play Ray putting $2 in the building, but always supports the channel. Mr. Big Play's always supporting the channel, man. Definitely appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Peace to Vontae.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
For sure. KO and Ego versus Blue Blood in 78. The bro, KO and Ego versus Blue Blood in 78. Maybe, yeah. That might be a go down right there, man.
Clay, we'll be commentating for that.
Yeah, definitely. We'll give the live play-by-play. You know what I'm saying? Definitely.
Yeah.
What is it? Shout out to Ross Clark too. I don't know if I shouted him out or not. Ross Clark, your favorite fighter, is a bum in the building.
Yo, you make me laugh every time you say that, bro. I'm pretty sure he died.
Your favorite fighter is a bum. Nah, that's Ross Clark, man. Come on, man.
I know, man. Everybody a bum, though. It ain't just your favorite fighter, yo.
No, but he does. No,
I know, he does.
He's speaking to, if you have a fighter that you're celebrating above the sport and you're making him the end all be all, and you're going to sit there and you know what I mean? I'm just letting you know, if you don't know, he's a bum. Just like all the rest of them. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree with Ross Clark. I do agree. It's funny.
That message is directly to the people who want to put their fighter on this pedestal above everybody else, to humble you and let you know, hey, by the way, if you didn't know, because you seem like you might not be remembering, your fighter's a bum too, bro. He's probably the biggest bum. He's probably the biggest bum out of all the bums. So humble yourself, brother. Humble yourself and enjoy the fight. Humble yourself and enjoy the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I got you, man. No, I know. I just like messing with Ross Clyde. Every morning you see him laughing. He be throwing some jabs at me in the chat. I be dying. I can't help it. Him and 2 Cents get me rolling, bro.
Yeah. No doubt, man. So let's roll it out, man. Let's roll it out. We got a show ahead of us. I got things for us to talk about and build on. I mean, we can just continue where we let off yesterday from, as far as where we left off on pause from yesterday. Right back into it. Actually, news coming out now that Lamont Roach has taken this to another step further, right? Actually had his lawyer submit a petition to the New York State Athletic Commission to actually overturn the decision, right? The lawyer's basically done what the whole boxing space has done. They're following probably the energy. Parts of me, first of all, asked myself, why wasn't there more of a stink made about this the night of the fight, right? Like in the ring, like where was the corner at? Where was the promotional, the manager at, as far as standing? Like if that was Eddie Hearn, if that was an Eddie Hearn fighter, Eddie Hearn would have never. We would have never walked out of that ring without that being addressed. Like that was a knockdown. Why wasn't a knockdown? We're going to have people investigate this. Why wasn't the stink made even in that 9th round when it was allowed to slide? Why wasn't there a stink made there? Like, hold up, time out. Let's do another timeout. You guys already did your own involved. I want to do another timeout. Can somebody explain to me what just happened here? Why didn't that get made? Why wasn't that a point made there in the ring?
I just don't understand that the whole technical difficulty thing, that they couldn't review it at the moment, during the time frame to consider it. But somebody brought up a good point. I was watching 2 Cents After Dark last night, and I was there at work, and as I'm listening, I believe it was either Coach Eddie or Greg brought up an amazing point. I think it was Coach Eddie, and he said what Steve Willis should have did is he should have timed out, called the officials up, whether it be the sanction, whether it be the New York State athletic system, or it be one of the what's the name? Excuse me, 1 second. I'm gonna get back to this. This is important.
Okay, do what you do. So yeah, man. At the end of the day, I thought it was interesting that nothing was said during the fight by the management, by the trainers, by the people who have vested interest in Lamont Roach's success. Right. Because guys, we have to understand there was a lot rolling on this fight, right? This was a huge opportunity that not everybody's going to get. And what was the opportunity? Well, at that point in the fight was close enough to where at that 9th round, the fight was close enough to where that knockdown was going to be significant as to whether or not Lamont Roach won the fight, right? Right. And when I'm not even taking into consideration the fact that by the time the end of the 12th round came and that this fight came down to a draw, you can use hindsight to see how important that moment was, right? But I'm saying in the moment, in that 9th round, in that moment, every little bit counted, right? We knew that the fight was a close fight, but that was a good thing for Lamont for it to be a close fight because it wasn't supposed to be a close fight. It'd have been one thing if Tank was just leading already, dominating, pitching a damn near shutout 6-3, you know what I mean? A 6-2 type of situation where, I mean, even then you could make a stink about it just to make a stink about it. But knowing how close the fight was, I think it's very interesting how the Roach side of the conversation didn't seem to show any emotional interest in pursuing a little bit more information in that moment.
So as I continue, my bad for that. So I believe Coach Eddie was like, the ref should put the pressure on the officials of the match to make a decision on the spot because of what took place. They should have been the ones to say, yo, that was a knockdown. That way he's not taking he takes all the pressure off himself. He does the right thing because he's obviously was confused. He was definitely confused of what was going on. And he also made another interesting point, which I 100% agree. And I don't go into the semantics of things a lot unless I'm talking privately. But another good point was he said Tank took the knee, right? Knowing he was going to stop the action. But then when he realized the fight was close, that's why he darted up. He darted up because he's like, oh, shoot, let me figure something out real quick. So he ran to the corner, and no one wanted to deal with him. So he was until Coach Calvin came up. All those instances, yeah, man, yeah. Lamont Roach team, I think they were very upset over it, rather than being vocal or not. I don't know why. I mean, he's a pro box fighter, Clay. I don't even know who his current manager is. You know, because he was with De La Hoya for so long before going to pro box. So I don't think he was with De La Hoya. I just think he fought on a lot of their cards. He was like under whatever that man. His manager had them fighting on a lot of De La Hoya cards. So it's kind of weird. You know what I mean? All together, Clay. And I just think it's that should have been a count. They should have started that count. And he even said they got to count number 4. He said he got to 4 seconds before he stopped. And I was like, dang, I didn't even know that. I thought it was 2, but yo.
Yeah.
Crazy work. Work.
It was interesting that they didn't choose to make more of a stink about it. And I think a lot of people might even be using that kind of right now to say that, well, you know, even they didn't think it was that weird until everybody started, you know, complaining about it. And it's like, now that they see everybody's complaining about it, you know, they got their lawyers involved to petition something that they didn't even think was that significant during the actual fight. And look, I think that's a legitimate argument as far as trying to understand where Lamont Roach's team came from. But, you know, this is about rules and regulations, right? The black and white, the actual getting past the silliness of it all, right? I'm not sure if you guys tapped in. Shout out to Ringside Reporter Live. Did an interview with the New York State Athletic Commissioner, the ex-New York State Athletic Commissioner, Randy Gordon, right? And Randy Gordon, you know, gave his perspective on the whole entire situation. He pretty much just came full circle. I mean, I have the interview here. I can pull it up. It's like an hour-long interview. But inside the first 10, 15 minutes, he pretty much makes it pretty clear, black and white, about what happened in this fight. And, you know, just pretty much explaining that there's really no legitimate argument against what the rules clearly have stated. And you're seeing a lot of content creators right now who are Tank fans. And once again, just like the Ryan Garcia situation with the Osterine, right? This is a very similar situation in the fact that, once again, you're seeing boxing fans of fanatics of fighters choosing a fighter over boxing, right? And they're working out every argument they can come up with. They're trying to make all these gray areas. And all of a sudden, I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of boxing content creators have become not aware of what the rules are, right? Like, they'll tell you have no problem admitting it. They'll tell you right now, man, I don't even know what the rules are for that. So they'll jump into their state of ignorance of a sport that they've been watching ever since forever, right? They've been watching this sport, had understanding of the sport, but will double down right now, will tell you and argue with you. They'll do things like, show me where that's written at. Like we don't have an understanding of how the sport works. And these are the toxic things that hurt boxing and have boxing where it's at today, right? Because here you are on camera, something blatant has happened that's gone against your full scope of understanding of how boxing works. You've been watching boxing as a fan for years, understanding for yourself that once a fighter takes a knee, it's a knockdown. You've also come to the understanding that if he interacts with his corner during the match and the corner touches him, that it's grounds for disqualification. Does he need to be disqualified? Maybe, maybe not, but it's grounds for it, right? We'll never not acknowledge the fact that the referee has some discretion inside of the fight, that he doesn't have to do anything. But we understand the rules as we know it of boxing. This should never be something being disputed, because, especially as a content creator, because you start to hurt your own credibility. Because if you don't know the rules of boxing, then how are you somebody that we should look to be speaking on boxing? If you don't even know how the sport works, you don't understand the regulations and the rules of the sport you're speaking on, then there's a problem in that within itself, isolated from the actual situation happening in the ring. Your credibility as somebody we should listen to should 100% be in question. There should be no questions about that. You either know what you're talking about or you don't, right? So when we're talking about simple rules and understanding what we've understood for years, where the Oscar De La Hoyas of the space, where a lot of boxers in the space have just said unfoundedly, no argument, yo, that's a knockdown. And here you are, ignorant to what the rules are. You don't know what to say about it, and you put the onus on proving those rules on the people who are accusing Tank of violating something, right? Well, now we know what you're doing, right? You're doing what any good lawyer would do, and you're putting the onus onto the accuser to prove their case, and you're going to defend your fighter. But that within itself is telling, because it lets everybody also know that you're not here for boxing. You're here for the fighter, right? You're not here to defend boxing and fight for boxing to be great. You're here to defend the fighter by any means necessary. I just want the fans and the people who are watching, I don't want to call y'all fans, but people in these chat rooms, to understand who you're speaking to, right? Forget the arguing, man. Believe them. If they don't know, they don't know. But always remember, they don't know. When you're listening to them to get information on boxing, remember, they don't know. When they're talking about the sport and giving you analysis on what's going on in the ring, remember, they don't know. Be consistent and always remember that when you're listening to these guys, remember, they don't know. They don't know how boxing works. They don't know the rules of boxing. And that's an important thing to pull away. And look, I ain't mad at you, man. I think that takes a lot of courage and a lot of integrity for you to openly admit you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? Why should you sit here and lie and say you know something when you know you don't? But don't get it twisted. It holds truth throughout this whole entire process. We understand. We see. Right. And you're doing it all for a fighter. Now, do I think you don't know? I got to take you for your word, man. I can't play that game and say you know something you don't know, but you sure talk about boxing like you know, don't you? Shout out to Swift 718 in the super chat. Proof. People, stop pushing guys to sign PBC. PBC top guy, parentheses, with cheap press tour, is the recipient of fortuitous equipment malfunction during a live, capital letters, paid broadcast. Replays don't work. What sort of operation are they running? Multiple.
Questionable.
Playing these gray areas, it doesn't just help you defend yourself as far as not having any accountability to speak any truth, but we can use this going forward as we have relationships with you guys. You know what I'm saying? As far as listening to you speak on the sport, we know you don't know what you're talking about. And when it comes to the PBC, for them to have all this equipment or the production that was there that's malfunctioning, damn, bro, what kind of outfit are you running? A lot of things come into question, right? The whole world is watching, Craig. The whole world. Shout out to Mr. Big Play Bray. Put it. Lamont dad didn't want him to lose focus, probably why they didn't say anything. I can imagine. I'm sure there's some reasons, but I do feel like at the end of the day, Mr. Big Play Bray, and I understand where you're coming from. That probably is what it was, just focusing on what, how does the saying go? Focused on what you can do. Don't be focused so much on what you can't do. Like, what we can do is make sure that we're the best fighter right now in the ring. What we can't do is fight this fight right now. The match is going to be distraction. And honestly, they had a little momentum working in their direction too. So why hurt the momentum to get into an argument while Lamont is doing so well? I definitely understand from for sure, man. But I do think it would have helped them a lot. Hindsight says, I don't know, saying something there might have helped them a little bit. But maybe it probably wouldn't have. I don't know. Because all it would have done was had them say something, but it would have made them be like, okay, it's a knockdown. I don't know.
No.
No.
But listen, I know what happened though, Clay. I'll be honest with you. Somehow Victor Conti and Snack broke the scoreboard and the replay button. So we got to go check for snack traces in the building. Just play it to listen to me. It's always, they blame somebody for everything, bro. Him and Bill climbed up to the Raptors and put an antenna on them.
All right, man.
Listen, that's the stuff we hear though, Clay. When you go to other platforms, that's all you.
I think you know. I think speaking truth and speaking facts and having integrity and being genuine about what you're saying. I think some of these content creators are so caught up on instant gratification and looking good for a moment, but later on they want to still be held to. They want to still point fingers and call people liars and take away people's credibility, and they shoot themselves in their foot with their credibility so many times. And if we were to really make it our job to do what they do, we'd be sitting here all day long calling out content creators and things that aren't true and disingenuous information. But you know, nobody has that kind of time. But I always speak to the people who are here, the people on this platform and this channel who are listening. Pay attention to those things, man, because it's all cute when they're supporting your fighter and you feeling good about it. But then you're watching these guys and you're using them as reference points for information, and you don't want to acknowledge the fact that their information is always going to be skewed and narrative driven, and it's not going to be accurate. And in any given Sunday, they'll sit back and tell you a blatant lie just to support and push a certain narrative. They'll do it, and they do it a lot as of late because they've been given a lot of scenarios where it was the truth versus pushing their narrative as far as who they like and they don't like. And they make the choice every single time. They go in the direction of making their fighter look good. And in this particular situation with Gervonta Tank Davis, it's not even about Gervonta in real time. Like, yes, it's Gervonta's a fighter who did it, but this is about the rules. This is very simple. What is your understanding of a fighter taking a knee and stopping the action in a fight? What is your understanding? And if you stand there and tell me you have no understanding about it, as disingenuous as I think you're being, I'm going to have to believe you. But I'm going to have to take that and put that in my mental Rolodex. And I'm always going to have to remember that these are the basic things we understand about boxing. If you don't know this, then what's the argument behind you knowing anything else you're talking about in the sport?
Exactly.
Because it's as basic as that. You stop the action in a fight, it's a knockdown. The only person who can stop the action in a fight is the referee. This is what it's always been. There's never been no argument or discussion or understanding about how that works. Why are we talking about this like this is something that we've never seen before? Like, you know what? This is a unique situation. I'm really not. Who does it? What are you talking about? What? All of a sudden, you're drooling out your mouth and you can't talk straight. And you don't know how the game works. All of a sudden, you know what I mean? What are we doing out here? The guy takes a knee. If he stops the action, it's a knockdown. If he goes to his corner and he interacts with his coaches, with his trainers, if they touch him, it's grounds for disqualification. You didn't know that? Well, like I said before, then what do you know? That's always going to be in question. It is what it is. So Lamont Roach's team addressing the elephant, the big pink and purple and red elephant that's in the room, which is this blatant disregard for the rules of boxing that we understand it to be. And what was so special and unique about this situation for them to go ahead and make a different rule for Gervonta Tank Davis on this particular night? Because at the end of the day, it hurt my fighter. My client is hurt because there was big money on the rematch with Tank Davis. There was big leverage he was going to gain if he had that victory. He had way more leverage at the table to negotiate with Tank. It's affected his bottom line, clearly affected his record. This is a bigger case than what people want to say it is. And the lawyer is, well, he knows what he's doing. He's putting this as a formal pushback at the New York State Athletic Commission to take a look at this. And keep in mind, this isn't about the New York State Athletic Commission necessarily turning over the results. This is a step, right? Yes, it will inherently, it will change the results, but it's not about changing the results as far as the win, the loss, or the draw. It's about acknowledging the knockdown.
The rule, right?
Let's do that first. Once we're able to get through that and acknowledge as to whether or not it was or it was not a knockdown, then whatever comes from that, let the cards lay where the cards lay.
Right? Clay, I have never heard the stuff I've heard, bro. I heard one, and look, I don't want to build on it, and I really don't want to knock nobody, but I literally heard one person one night at a fight tell you that it was a knockdown. I'm disappointed in you. I'm a fan, and this, and that. To go on someone else's channel and say the next day physically and be like, yeah, he slipped and he didn't even get punched. And I'm like, what? Oh yeah, it's the rest discretion. I said, what? All three of these things happen at the same time? Like, since when? And then everyone that runs with the team repeats the same thing. And I'm listening, I'm like, rest discretion. Since when has that been the rest discretion? The rest discretion is to follow the rules first, right? If he has a discretion of it's a slip or a knockdown, that's different. He didn't call it a slip. He didn't say, you know what I mean? He didn't say slip. He literally started counting. Therefore, that's a knockdown. And when you voluntarily take a knee, when you get hit prior to getting taking a knee, I don't care if it's 2 seconds or not different, it's a knockdown. Or you taking your time to step away from action, to take a mental timeout. Rather, you needed to first of all, if he needed the corner that bad, he should have stayed on his knee and say, "Look, I got something in my eye. I need to I need to go to the corner." Literally, the ref has you stand up and he wipes your gloves. Am I right?
Yeah, the ref is in control of the whole fight, bro. Every little piece of it he has to be in control of. And that's what it's all about, right? It's about control. It's about who runs it in the ring. If Tank, and that's another thing that people just aren't going to want to talk about is this is the precedent that's going to be set off the back end of this not getting corrected, right? What does a precedent mean? The precedent means that now fighters are going to have another tool in their bag that they can use in a fight, right? When things are getting tough, when things are getting to a certain point, to stop the momentum, to throw a fighter off, to stop themselves from getting knocked out, they'll be able to take a knee and put an argument to the referee that they took the knee because they had an eyelash in their eye or something of that nature, right? And who's the referee? He's not a doctor to say as to whether or not that's real or it's not real. Last night, me and my wife went out to dinner, and we were at there was like a sports bar area in this restaurant, and I'm watching soccer, right? And we're watching soccer, you know, eating food, watching soccer, and in the span of about 5 to 10 minutes, I saw like 3 to 4 players laying on the ground, one at a time, just over exaggerating. Just, oh God, you know what I mean? A bump over here, and then funny, of course, you know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes after they're looked at, you know what I mean? They get out the game real quick, because I guess it's a rule. If you have the doctor, so you got to at least step out for a minute, right? But then they're back in the game 5 minutes later, running around like nothing happened. I'm sure plenty of times the referee has wanted to be like BS. When you see LeBron James flail his arm in the air because somebody touched his arm, and he flails and he rolls and he slides across the court, and it looks like somebody drop kicked him across the court, right? Why is the referee not calling him out? Because it's a liability. You have to honor the call. If they said that's what it is, I have to acknowledge it, see if they're okay, give them time to get medical attention. All of that stops the momentum of the game. It stops all types of things from happening. It gives maybe the offensive coordinator time to put things together, the defensive coordinator time to put together, you know, switch out some players, you know, come up with a game plan, throw off the rhythm and the momentum that the other teams built for themselves. All these are tactics and tools used because they're allowed to be used. So don't think for 1 second that a boxer is not going to know that they can take a knee to stop the momentum of a fight, and that they're not going to tap into that situation to get the leverage they need to stay in the fight. It's the same thing I say about steroids. If they were openly allowed to use steroids, 8 out of 10 fighters, and I'm probably being nice, I'm just trying to acknowledge that some people just have some integrity, but 8 out of 10 of those fighters are going to go ahead and use the steroids, bro. The only reason they don't do the things that they do is because of what, Ray? Rules,
right?
Blow away the credibility from the rules. You start shooting holes through the rules and finding loopholes and ways to do what you want to do. The integrity of the sport suffers. And the boxers are here for a temporary amount of time to give you the entertainment they want, but ultimately they will have an expiration date where they will retire and move on to the next chapter, and you will be stuck with a sport that has so many loopholes to it. Why even watch it? Why even watch it? So there's a lot on the back end of this. I know people would like to isolate this and turn this thing into this small little thing called hating on Tank, but everything ain't about Tank. This ain't about hating on Tank. This is about your inability to get that man's reproductive organs out of your mouth. Fall back for a second and watch the sport and protect the sport you say you love.
That's it.
Stand behind the sport for a second, for a moment. Put your stupid, idolizing mind who just wants to see this kid be like whatever it is you want to see him. Stop for a second and ask yourself, how does the sport for once in your damn life benefit? Or does it get hurt from allowing this precedent to be set to where a fighter can stop the action without the referee? He didn't tell the referee what was going on. The referee was started doing a count. He ran over to his corner with his own volition, stuck his head out of the ring. The referee had no control what was going on. It wasn't until the end when Gervonta Tank Davis chose to go into his own neutral corner. Finally, was like, I'm going to go to a neutral corner. And the referee had to be like, yo, what's going on? What the hell are you doing, bro? Oh, no, I had something in my eye. But hey, bro, you can't do that. That looked like a knockdown. He's chastising him in there, showing you that he did not do it the right way. The chastising of Gervonta Tank Davis in the corner by Steve Willis shows you that he's letting him know you did this whole thing wrong. Well, where is the accountability? Where is the consequence and for him doing something that you're chastising him for in front of the world? And how inconvenient is it that there's all these cameras running and over 20,000 people in the building watching you drop the ball? There is no convenience in this for you. There's just accountability or no accountability. That's all it comes down to. And the fans, come on, man. Come on, man. Stop it. Get out your own way, man. What are you talking about? I don't know. He didn't get punched when he fell down. It's the referee's discretion, whatever referee wants. Is it really whatever the referee wants? Is that what it really is? Because if that's what it is, then we have a sport with no rules. Because if a referee has any kind of bias, what's to stop him from operating and acting on that bias and hurting another fighter? No, the referee can't do whatever he wants. He has a certain box that he can operate inside of it, and that box is supposed to be going and marching parallel with the rules of the sport, not outside of the rules of the sport. So the rule first is when you take a knee, it's a mandatory 10 count. Do you understand what mandatory means? Does anybody understand what that word means? Mandatory? That doesn't mean discretion. That means this is how this situation is treated.
Yeah.
I don't understand where you guys go with this stuff. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Clay, you cook it. I'm trying not to laugh because I got one of my favorite songs in my head right now while you talking about it, because I just everything you're saying, I hear what the fan base is saying, right? At the same time, and the defense. And my whole thing is, and I'm tempted to sing it. I'm not gonna sing it, but Coming to America comes to mind, bro. Coming to America comes to mind with the defense of Gervonta Davis. And it's not about Tank. It's really about the ref. But you know what I mean?
Salute to my guy, freaking Fly in the building with the $2 holler, man. I appreciate the support, my brother, man. Thank you so much, man. It means the world to me, man. Thank you, King.
That guy worked with the president, bro. He only can give us $2. He a government official, bro. He like way up there at the top.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But just messing with you, Fly.
But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's elementary, bro. It's not.
Man, it is.
It's not that complicated. It's really not that complicated. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this is a very similar to the Ryan Garcia situation to me. And not because of Devin Haney and not because of all these different stupid things that you guys come up with, but just because of how black and white everything is. You know what I mean? For the integrity of the sport being put in the back seat to your narrative, right? This is not nothing that needs to be discussed. With Ryan, it was he popped on a test, didn't he? Yeah, okay, there's a consequence for it. Oh yeah, but no, that's it. That's all it counts. It shouldn't be all these conversations. Same thing for this. Did he take a knee? He sure did. We all saw him take a knee. Is he allowed to take a knee? Speak on your understanding of taking knees in the middle of fights to stop the action. Speak on your understanding of it. That's all. Don't tell me to go look at a rule book and go find you documentation to back that up. That's all lawyer word salad. That's what you do when you have a client that you're defending. Do you work for Gervonta Tank Davis? No, right? So when I ask you to speak on your understanding of this situation, you either know and have understanding of what that represents or you don't. If you don't, then you don't know boxing because it's basic as that. Yeah, it's basic as that. That's it. And if you want to play that game that you don't have any understanding of it, I will respect it. But boy, listen, don't expect me to acknowledge that and then be like, yo, this is a knowledgeable person on boxing. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Don't play with me. I'll respect you not knowing what the hell you're talking about, but don't ever come at me telling me that you know what you're talking about and try to check me. Boy, stay in your lane. Don't forget you a student officially from out your own mouth. Learn something. Take some notes. Don't come out here trying to preach from your soapbox about a sport you don't know anything about.
Right.
According to you, respectfully.
Damn.
Respectfully.
Woo.
You know what I mean? According to you. According to you. It is what it is, right? So
that's the sound of the beast.
It is what it
that's
is.
The sound of the police.
It is what it is, man. Hold on a second, man. I forgot to we had some super chats in here.
Yeah.
Bear with me here, man. Guys, I ain't forget about you, but I kind of did, but I didn't. Shout out to Skills from New Orleans. Thank you. Chat says it doesn't matter why. Big letters a knee was took. Tell him Skills from New Orleans, because this whole idea of the shot hitting him or not hitting him or blah 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 before the hit, I think is really disingenuous. You guys act like that's what the whole point of this is. Let me continue reading on to what my brother said. It only matters what it was, big capital letters, because it's about what it is, what it was. It ain't about your imagination. It ain't about what you hoped it would be and how you was feeling. It's about what we saw. So it only matters what it was that it was took in the first place. It isn't negotiable. The most diabolical thing about this whole entire situation, Skills from New Orleans, is that you got channels for negotiating, arguing, putting arguments, asking for proof, making 2, 3, 4, 5 hour long videos on as to whether or not this whole discretion of the referee situation is coming into play in a way that makes this move justifiable. I think it's diabolical, and it shows corruption in the sport because they're not the only ones doing it. We actually have a sanctioning body doing it as well. Very interesting enough. We actually have a sanctioning body, the WBA, that's actually saying that this was not unjustifiable or unreasonable, that there is a case scenario for this. If the corruption doesn't show you right now more than ever how corrupt this sport is, I don't know what else will. Here for Boxing says they be drinking from that. Yep. Yeah, man. It's sad, man. It's really sad, man. It's sad. Yeah, man. I'm watching you guys do it, man. I'm watching it. It's just like I'm watching, and I'll be honest with you, as crazy as I know you guys can be, it's still, to me, it's still hard to believe. I still be in disbelief seeing that you guys move that way, especially the content creators, man. It is deplorable to see you guys carry that energy, man. It is completely deplorable, bro, that we can't even come to an agreement or understanding what a knee, taking a knee in a fight represents. That we got to play this game. That I got to go back and forth with you while you're telling me that Tank Davis is allowed to take a knee, walk away from the referee, turn his back on the ref, stick his head out of the ring, be touched by his trainer, come back in the ring while the referee is doing a standing count, go to a neutral corner, and then correct the referee and let him know, oh, no, I got grease in my eye. And then the referee, oh, don't do that again. and we just continue, and that doesn't raise any eyebrows. Stop playing with my intelligence, bro. It's just getting so extreme with you guys. It seems like it's more extreme every time with you guys. It's another extreme and another extreme and another extreme. It's crazy.
Right. It's almost to me like, and I don't know if you remember this. I remember Paul Pierce act like he broke his leg on the court, had everybody carry him out, took a wheelchair to the back of the room, and they come running out the locker room like 30 seconds later, and everybody was like, what? 100%. Like, did he not deflate the other team's momentum? Like, did he not stop the game? That should have been a technical foul, right? That should have been like, look, you delayed the game for what antic you did. You had all your teammates come out on this floor, stop the game. You put a spectacle. You took this other team's. I mean, I guess you really don't care about the team's momentum, but it was some type of like the flopping, right? Like, I think we have to understand that these things are uncharacteristic in the sport. And as you said, it hurts the sport more than it helps, right? So that was one of the funniest moments ever. But the fact that we just looking at, and I'm not even getting on tape. I already direct, right? I'm talking about the sport. The fact that we see so many silver linings in this sport and things that don't match or make us feel like, yo, this is supposed to happen a lot, where we have to question these things. Once you got to question something, it's not normal, right? We already know that. But and to come to the whole conclusion, I think there has to be a statement made. There has to be some type of action made to take place so this doesn't happen again, Clay. You have to make this a point.
Yeah, the accountability is the only way to address it. The accountability is the only solution.
It has to be. And a lot of people are like, well, what are you going to do? Why would you punish Tank? Why? It's not about Tank. It's not about Javante. It's not about Steve Willis. It is because they're the players in the party.
Right.
But at the same time,
it's not about them like
integrity of the
reason
sport.
It's important. Yeah, you know, they're painting like the only reason it's important is because it's Tank. No, stop it, man. You guys got to get out the. My bad, bro. It's just like stop. Cool. Everything don't got to come down to this hatred, bro. Everything doesn't have to be about the hate towards a fighter, bro. Sometimes it's just the rules and integrity of the sport, man. Listen, man, as content creators, and I've talked about this before, and I'll just brush on it, the purpose, man. We're supposed to be here with some purpose, man. I understand making the money and doing all these things, but we're supposed to be trying to make this sport great again, make it as big as it can, attract fans in here. We're supposed to, that's how I feel in my heart we should be, man. But, you know, you guys tear down the sport slowly but for surely, making everything about a fighter. The reason being because a fighter's not perfect. He's not infallible to making mistakes. But if he's infallible to being held accountable because you're a fan of him, then the sport gets hurt. Because they're going to use those same exact points and references of what you handled and how you handle a certain situation to apply it to other situations with other fighters in the future. What's good for the goose will always be good for the gander, man. That's always been the rule of thumbs, man. It's called the golden rule. This is the rule that no matter what religion you're in, no matter what faith you have, if you operate on this golden rule, you're working on the good foot, which is treat others the way you would like yourself to be treated. It's the golden rule of life in everything. How can you expect to do that with this guy and not expect it to be used later on in another scenario? It's a Pandora's box that you're opening up. Be accountable and stand on, I love this guy. This is my guy. This is a fighter I support. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I gotta be real. I can't lie. That was a knockdown, and it should have been counted as a knockdown. Even if it means my fighter lost the fight when the judges scored the scorecards, even if that's what it comes down to, it's still about the sport. That guy, Javante, is gonna be okay. He's still a great fighter. He's still rich. He's still a big draw. He's still going to keep on making money. He's still going to be being Javante with or without a loss. It doesn't affect him in that way. But you guys take every bit of his success as your own success to the point to where you fight for it as if your freedom is on the line. And you start to lie and push things around and push narratives, and it gets awkward. Especially from people who are always pointing fingers at other content creators and saying that they're pushing narratives, that they're biased, that they, especially from somebody who's doing this all the time. Well, for one, do this. Hold some accountability for yourself, man.
Exactly.
It is what it is.
I got D-Block if you want.
No, not right now. Not right now.
Okay.
Shout out to Swift 718 in the building, saying with the $10. And especially on the back end of a weekend where Turki Al-Sheikh was being held accountable for telling somebody they were 2 rounds down, especially coming off that back weekend when you guys were standing on this, your chest all the way up in the air, talking about the sport and the integrity and corruption in the sport and what Turkey, you guys just came off of less than 7 days ago complaining about that, doing a bunch of content on that, to have something like this happen the following week and to hear all the defense I hear about it, it's deplorable, bro. Trust me when I tell you this, man. I don't have enough of a following. I'm not big enough to care like that. I'm just going to keep it real with you. I'm sure you're a professional at this point, 5 to 7 years in the game. You know how to turn my words against me and use this as a narrative to say that I'm saying something I'm not. I genuinely couldn't give 2 rabbit turds about your mission statement when it comes to that. I get it. But the reality is what the reality is, whether you want to hear it or you don't want to hear it. It's actually deplorable because people who watch this sport, people who love this sport and want to see this sport get bigger, they understand more and more when they see content creation being made that way about how not valuable we are. And we don't get the opportunities, we don't get the credibility, we don't get to stand in the space with the big dogs and be credible because they know this guy right here. Let me tell you, bro, in 2 seconds, they'll do it like this. And they'll say this. And they don't care about anything. They just stand by a certain fighter. Trust me. Trust me, bro. It hurts. Shout out to Swift 718 who said, same people celebrate Ryan's delayed reaction knee and 10 count after body shot from Tank. It wasn't on a punch. It was a few sets backwards after the body shot, but we understand it's a KO. Facts. Facts. It is what it is. He took the knee. He took the knee, man. It's a damn KO, bro. It's a damn KO, man. That's what it is. Or it's a 10 count. And then when he didn't make up to the 10 count, it's a KO. But it's time to start counting.
And it's crazy if I've been talking to some people, and that's a perfect example of what I mentioned. I was like, yo, it's no different than the same time frame, if I'm not mistaken, from the time of the punch to when Ryan took a knee. If you actually count it, I think it's like 2.5 seconds. It's the same thing for Tank. He got hit, he went back, and then he took a knee. Same time frame. And what does it matter? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, and y'all was so happy that was a knockdown, right? But now the rules have changed because Superman has tasted defeat, or whatever the case may be. And in the opinion of y'all, listen, I get it. Mike Tyson got knocked out by freaking Buster Douglas. Everybody in the world was looking at, well, the referee was behind the count. He should have been, or ahead of the count. The judge didn't have a 10 count. He should have been up already. Buster Douglas is out in this round. Like every other reason for the action to take place, right? But here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Mike Tyson went looking for his mouthpiece instead of getting his ass up. It was his fault he got counted out. It was his reasoning why he didn't get up in time. It's his reasoning why it was a 10 count. So in this case, the ownership of Gervonta Davis, he took a knee. He took a knee. And because he took a knee, at the end of the day, he fell victim to the rule, the WBA rule. No ifs, ands, or buts. Let's just keep it real.
Yeah, man.
Here
you know what I mean? Like people, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Regarding a voluntary knee in a WBA fight. If a fighter voluntarily takes a knee without being hit, so this is eliminating the whole getting punched on thing, the referee will begin, and it's in thick black letters, a mandatory 10 count. And it will treat it as a knockdown, bro. It is what it is, man. We ain't got to make it a big deal, bro. It is what it is. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? Hold on, I'm trying to share the screen here because I want people to see this. Here we go. Okay, so that's what that is. So the WBA has responded in some way to this whole entire Gervonta Tank Davis Lamont Roach situation. So I'm going to read what they said here on WBAboxing.com. And once again, this I hold issue with this statement. You know what I mean? I hold issue with it, and I think at a minimum they owe us a deeper explanation than this, because giving the free reign to a referee to just do what he wants to do without having to justify it is insanity. So they said, from our perspective, Willis's decision was not unreasonable or unjustifiable. It said he ruled in real time that Davis had not been struck by a punch before going down. Okay, I just showed you guys what the WBA's understanding of involuntary kneeling, how it's addressed. And therefore, no knockdown should be recorded. It's nonsense according to what your own documentation has said. Judges by regulation must follow the referee's ruling. Well, that does put the judges outside of being held accountable for what they did, and I agree with that. If it's not ruled a knockdown, the judges can't factor in a knockdown in their scoring of the round. That makes sense. They do not have the authority to override his decisions or knockdowns. That's fair. Now, here he goes calling the people who are calling this out, you know what I mean, calling names a little bit, right? So he says some skeptics, right? So conspiracy theorists, you know, aluminum foil hat wearers, you know what I mean? People who believe in aliens and, you know what I'm saying? You know, skeptics. You know what a skeptic is, right? So some skeptics have suggested that Willis' call benefited Davis unfairly. Really? Okay. So it didn't benefit him, and the rule wasn't broken, so it's unfairly. So, you know, well, once again, the aluminum foil hat wearers would have you believe that him taking a knee was an actual knockdown, and he should have had an 8 count. And because he wasn't held accountable to taking the knee, that it benefited Davis unfairly. I think that's a fair thing to say. No pun intended. But we do not subscribe to that notion. So they're not on with it. So they're basically going to say that they're not going to acknowledge what the New York State Athletic Commission is going to say about it because they're making their own decision on it. So no matter what the New York State Athletic Commission says, the WBA doesn't recognize that as an unfair knockdown, right? So as far as that belt being transferred over to Lamont Roach or being overturned, according to the WBA, you can almost cash out on that. That's probably not going to happen, right? In our long experience, well, I'm glad you guys are acknowledging that boxing was here before Gervonta Tank Davis, right? You guys do have some experience judging fights. We see no evidence of favoritism. Okay. Only a referee prioritizing the physical safety of a fighter who appeared compromised by an eye injury. Well, that's interesting because the referee never, ever saw him doing that because of an eye injury. He didn't find out about it until later when the fighter took it upon himself to do what he felt like doing. Let me ask you this, the WBA. What about him being touched by Calvin Ford? Isn't that something that's supposed to be monitored by the referee? Isn't he the one who's supposed to be in the corner instructing him, watching it happen to make sure nothing illegal gets on the fighter, to make sure that no instruction is being given by the trainer to help the fighter? Isn't the referee supposed to be coordinating that? Isn't that up to the referee to coordinate that? Or can fighters, and you can answer that, you know, I'm sure you guys don't watch my show, but if you ever bump into it, I'm interested in getting a question about, so are we officially stating on paper that a referee does not need to bring the fighter over to a neutral corner to be addressed for something like that? He can take it on himself to go ahead and take the knee and get himself taken care of and let the referee know later. I just want to ask, like my dog Blue Boy would say, for a friend, right? So they say the next step, of course the next step is going to be something that's going to put money in their pocket, right? The next step is a rematch. One thing is clear, right, Ray? One thing is clear. The boxing world is already clamoring. I'm going to put it in my promotional voice because it might as well be, right? We might as well start selling the fight right now, right? Because you're a little 3%. You know what I mean? They help you get as many views on it as possible. The boxing world is already clamoring for Gervonta Davis and Lamont Roach too. The controversy, the drama, and the high stakes demand a sequel. Now it's up to the promoters to make it happen.
Listen, man.
Isn't that better?
Man, listen. Ain't
that better? So the most important thing and the one thing they have clear is that this fight needs to happen again.
Okay.
Well, I guess Lamont could smile at that, right? Because according to Tank Davis, he wasn't going to make that fight happen before. He actually was going to move on and was actually negotiating with Jake Paul and putting out offers to Vasily Lomachenko and was ready to move past it. But maybe the WBA saying what they're saying, maybe that fight will happen. So that's one good thing that came out of this for Lamont Roach, right? What do you think, Ray?
Look, I think that's a bunch of bull, but here's where I'm gonna go with it. You touched on something in that conversation. Okay, the New York Athletic Commission, they can't vote or change any policy based on the kneeling, right? That's what it says. It's clearly what it says, right? What about the infraction of him touching the fighter? What about that? Is that allowed to be a point taken away, or maybe the use of a disqualification? Do they have any reasonable suspicion to stop him from doing that at that point? No, I get it. This is a Canelo moment, and I'm gonna use that. I was waiting for the payday moment, but it's okay. This is a Canelo moment. Did it twice. Okay. Anyway, let's move past it. This is a payday. Who's getting paid? The 3% from Gervonta Davis is way more value than the 3% of Lamont Roach. Why? Because they both pay 3% right now. They're both champions. Why do I want to double down on this guy's 3%, which ain't even a third of what this guy's giving me, period? Hell yeah, I want him to keep my belt. Hell, man, are you crazy? Yeah, give Tank the win, man. I don't know what dog talking about. Let Steve Willis own the moment and keep it there. Again, it's not about it being rolled. It's not about it being a fact. It's about what you have laid out in your outline of law, basically your bylaws of your sanction, bro. You can't. You're double dipping, and that's what they're doing, Clay. And this, just to finalize it, by the last thing, the rematch. Oh yeah, y'all need a rematch. You could do the rematch if you it make the fight even bigger if he lost. Let me be clear about that. It would make the fight 10 times bigger if he lost. But to each their own. Let's protect the Kittle. You know what I mean? That's where all the money is. I'm out.
Yeah. Shout out to Bub Boxing in the building, man. Salute to you, Bub. So Bub says, we're showing favoritism. We don't hold our own fighters. And what he did was he brought out something that's exactly like the Tank Davis situation. Is exactly like it, right? It's just like the Tank situation. So Crawford got dropped to his knees by a punch we all saw, right? What was the name of that fighter again?
Mean Machine.
What was his name?
Mean Machine.
Yeah, Mean Machine. What's his real name again?
Kalaskis or something like that. I don't know.
Right. So we're looking at Crawford get punched, and then Mean Machine pretty much leaning on him, right? And the referee can actually have a legitimate argument to say that was a slip, right? Because you have Mean Machine pushing on him, maybe, and I did see him get hit, but you also see Mean Machine leaning on him, and he kind of falls to his knees in front of Mean Machine. That's cool. That's at the referee's discretion, who's inside of the ring, to see and figure out why he fell, right? Like, he fell, but why did he fall? I know that's exactly the same, like Tank Davis backing away on his own volition and taking a knee. I get it, right? I can get how that confuses you. I'm being so fucking sarcastic. Bro, no challenge at all. Stop it. I'm not even playing, bro. That has nothing to do with each other. That is two separate situations. But how about this one? Did Tank taking the knee count as a knockdown? Yes or no? Let's say Crawford did get knocked down, and it's the same situation. Say Tank taking the knee isn't a knockdown. Speak to that. Don't look for something. All you got to do is say that wasn't even a knockdown, and we can move on.
Pretty much, right?
You won't do that. What you want to do is, here it is right here too. How about this one? Are you ready for this one? If Crawford's was illegal, which is what you're saying, then this damn sure is illegal too, right? That's why you're comparing it, right? Because it's illegal for illegal, right? So you're responding with defending Tank doing something illegal by bringing up something else that you thought was illegal, right? That you feel like was illegal when this is plain as day illegal, but you're basically trying to justify it so we can move on. How does that help boxing? How does that help boxing? So no. Okay, so Tank, so Tank didn't take a knee, and that wasn't illegal, right, Bub? That's what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I'm okay with it. I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, but I'll get where you're coming from. But if you can't tell me that was illegal, then you're just blowing smoke, bro.
Dude.
Yeah,
Kell
Bub.
Brook took a
Yeah,
knee,
you won't say
Clay.
that, right? But Bub, you won't say Tank was legal. Say Tank taking the knee was legal. Just say Tank taking the knee was legal. Just say that. You don't have to prove Crawford. Crawford's not on trial right now. We're talking about Tank. Say Tank was legal. Just say Tank was legal, and I understand where you're coming from. Forget about Crawford. What Tank just did on Saturday was taking that knee a knockdown, in your opinion, from your understanding of how boxing works. What was that? Don't get quiet because you're going to look weird. Because you've been doing a lot of talking. You've been going crazy in here. Don't do that. Don't get quiet now. It's going to look weird. Love you, Bub. You know you're my guy, but it's going to look weird if you don't say something soon and answer this. I'm telling you right now, you look crazy. Boom. You can't say no matter what, it's a knockdown if the knee hits the canvas and say, what is your answer?
Yes or no?
What's your answer? You see this, guys? This is what we're talking about right here, right? Shout out to Bub. But the question is very simple. I'm telling you right now, you want my answer? I don't think what Crawford did is the same thing. I don't think he took a knee. I think he fell down. I think that Kavaliauskas was leaning on him a little bit. He was trying to initiate a clinch, and he hit the ground, and that was his knee. I believe that's why the knee was happening. That's why the referee didn't call it a knockdown. He called it a slipping. That's what I believe. Now, what do you think about what Tank did? What do you think about what Tank did? Oh, so he slipped. Tank slipped. It was a slip. It wasn't a slip. What's not the same thing? It's the same damn thing. It's the same damn thing. What are you talking about, bro? You brought it up. You brought it out to compare it to what Tank did. It is the same thing. No, it's the same thing. You brought it up. Don't say it's not the same thing, because if it's not the same thing, then you wasted all our time and brought up some nonsense that didn't have nothing to do with the conversation. So it's the same damn thing. It's the same damn thing. What happened when Tank took that knee? Man, we've been going at this for a long time, bro, to get that simple answer, bro. What's the answer? You giving me your answer? What's the answer? What's the answer? Is the answer that it's not the same thing, that you brought something up that has nothing to do with this conversation? Is that what your answer is? You wanted the attention. You wanted the attention, so I'm giving it to you. There you go. There we go. Smiling faces. That's the best thing I love about you, Bub, is your smile, bro. That's the best thing you bring to this channel, is your smile, bro. I love your smile, man. Keep on smiling, bro. So shout out to J Pit City with the $20. Says, I'll wait to see what the New York State Athletic Commission says. I don't see anything happening. They didn't change Floyd's glove touching the ground to a knockdown, nor disqualify him due to the Roger interference. Both happened in Zaffa. I agree with you, J Pitt. I agree with you. I don't think they do anything either. But if they do something, that would be very impressive. I would celebrate them for it. But I don't think it's I don't think they'll do anything about it. But I do think the crazy thing about it is how boxing fans have become so uneducated about have they become so uneducated about boxing. All of a sudden there's this gray area where they don't know anymore. This is the thing I'm hearing, the narrative now on these channels is they don't know and we don't know, more importantly, right? You don't know and we don't know. We're not referees and you're not a referee. We don't know the rules to the sport. All this nonsense narratives getting pushed. I think that thing is just deplorable to see people act like that, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. But yeah, the WBA put out that statement. I don't think that's going to age well for the boxing space. And I think when you see stuff like this happens, this is where you see a Turkey Al-Sheikh come in, right? This is when you see a Turkey Al-Sheikh come into the game, and you see him do him and TKO sign a multi-year partnership for a new boxing promotion. This is where it comes from, right? This is where the space comes from, because you have a boxing fan, a hardcore boxing fan who understands how boxing works, who are thirsty and hungry for structure to this sport, for understanding to this sport, for some consistency in this sport. There's a gaping hole in the middle of boxing that is always going to be there for somebody like a Turkey Al-Sheikh who has the money to invest in boxing, to take boxing away from you guys, right? So when you wonder what makes him so great, what's so unique about him, it's because hope. It's because of hope. because every real boxing fan out here has hope. What is the hope? That one day, it may not be Turkey. Maybe he'll screw us over too, right? But one day somebody will come along and put some perspective on this whole thing called boxing so that we can see the best fight the best, watch the sport be at the highest level. The boxers can be happy, the fans can be happy, and casuals can come into this sport understanding what's going on. They don't have to ask stupid questions. They don't have to be like, damn, why did he come from a whole nother weight division? I thought that was a mandatory. He's been a mandatory. How is he able to get around it? Why is he able to hold on to his belt? Never even fight. I don't understand. It's confusing to me. I mean, fighting is cool and everything, but I'm going to go watch something else. Right? That's why Turkey Al-Sheikh can come in the building and do something like that. And that's what's happened, right? Right? That's what's happened, right? Turkey Al-Sheikh and Dana White and another gentleman, let's put on the other one right here, Nick Khan, have come up together, teamed up for a new boxing promotion, right? And this morning, Turkey Al-Sheikh dropped information saying, "I'm very happy today. I give the flag of boxing to the best man who can handle it, Dana White. He has a tough job, but I'm sure he'll get boxing great again." And why is boxing need to be great again? Because of stuff like this. Because of stuff like this, bro. Because of stuff like what we're watching right now, right? Because what we're watching happening right now, that's why people are screaming out, "Let's make boxing great again." Let me put them right, because I forgot to do it. You know.
So what's funny is I think we had a controversy situation about 3 or 4 years ago, and I remember a lot of people reaching out and saying that boxing needs to have their own union, like a players or fighters union, to protect the fighters. Not only just to protect them through ring situations, through retirement and things of that nature, right? So would this not be one of the cases that this would have been like, okay, what do we see here? Who's our representative? Who's going to go in there and tell us like this is right or wrong? Because we see the play on this, right? And again, doesn't matter. The ref is protected, right? The ref's always going to be protected. You're not going to let your guy go down there and take a ball. I'm pretty sure, and let me be clear too, Clay. Let me be clear. I'm pretty sure the WBA ripped the freaking soul out of this ninja's tush, bro. When he got back to office, I'm pretty sure they was on the phone with him. You can never do this. You're embarrassing us. You're embarrassing this. I'm pretty sure Steve Willis was like, okay, I don't even want to do this no more for y'all. I'm about to go work for the IBF. You know what I mean? I'm pretty certain. But in order to save face, they said, look, we're going to try to fix this. This is business, right? The lawyers get together and the HR department and the managers, and they go, we're going to fix this. But we're going to put you on a 90-day probation. We're going to be watching clearly. You're going to go out there. You know what I mean? When you're up again, you make a mistake like this, you're gone. You're done. Your license is suspended. You'll never work with us again. I'm pretty sure there was some situations to that. As for Turkey and TKO with Dana White, listen, it can only be something to look forward to. I don't know which direction to go. I always say look forward because we don't know. Is it going to be something better? Is it going to be supported? Is it going to have some weird, you know what I mean, contests like in between the matches? They're going to be doing those challenges and stuff, or you have the hot dog run around the arena with the paws. You know what I mean? The glizzy race. It was that, you know what I mean? At the baseball games, like, are they gonna be shooting T-shirts in the crowd? Like, what happens between a match? You know what I mean? We don't know. So does it take away or does it help? That's to be seen at this point, right? But we don't know. The fact is, give everything a chance and let it develop. If you don't give it a chance, you never know. And then what happens when you look back on it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now? Man, that guy was doing a great thing. You know what I mean? I wish we would have stuck with him because he was on the point of making a move to change boxing. And now we're back where we started. And now we got 5 fans in the building and look like COVID didn't happen. And now we have nobody traveling over here. They're building everything over there. And our American boxers are just retiring to go and play football. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Bub Boxing, man. He always gonna get the attention, man.
Yeah, it's my guy, bro.
He said, just to be clear, Clay, I just agreed. Both Crawford and Tank knees hit the canvas, but capital letters, but it's not the same thing. Okay, you brought it up, but he says, let that sink in. LOL. Both knees hit canvases, not the same. Let that sink in. Okay, all right.
Okay,
all right.
Can I build on this real quick?
Shout out to Edward. Shout out to Edward Morris, who just kept it 100 with you. Shout out Edward Morris in the building. That was the easiest way to get at that, because I think the long-winded explaining everything way that I go about it probably just is unneeded. I think this right here kind of sums it up pretty well. I love the way you did it, Edward Morris. I'll take your advice. I think it just kind of gets right to the point. I appreciate you being so frank. Yeah, man. Bub, stop capping.
Yeah, with you, bro. Jeez. Gave him the rainbows. Not one, but two.
Oh, yeah, it's Coach Eddie. Ed Morris is Coach Eddie, for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. He was building last night, man. I told you. He gave some insight on a lot of this, man. And the way Coach Eddie was talking, man, he had to shut people down. I was like, yo, all right, Coach. It was cool, man. It was cool. Or this morning. Let's say this morning. It wasn't last night. It was after 12 midnight, so.
Right. I mean, listen, it is what it is, right? But Turkey is putting this together. I'm excited about it. I want to see what it looks like. I think I do have the regulations right here, the way the whole entire situation is going to pan out. I need to pull this up so I can see it, because this is not going to do it for me. Let me pull up my version of it so I can actually see it right here. Hold on one second.
You want me to read it? I got it full screen so I can see it.
I mean, if you want to, you can, yeah.
I said Turkey Al-Sheikh and TKO announced launching a new boxing promotion in partnership with Sella. New York, Riyadh, March 5th, 2025. Turkey Al-Sheikh, together with TKO Holdings Incorporated, New York Stock Exchange, which I don't know why that would happen, TKO, a global leader in the sports entertainment, and Sella are leading entertainment conglomerate, having today announced a multi-year partnership to establish a new boxing promotion that will provide a preliminary platform for both leading boxing and prospects into the sport. Speaking on a significant milestone, Turkey Al-Sheikh, said, and I quote, "This landmark partnership between industry powerhouses set the stage for an unparalleled experience for boxers and fans. Together, we are developing the next generation of talent and delivering world-class events at a time when the sport is primed for further disruption."
Pause.
That's why I was going to stop right there.
Right. This is important, right, to understand that primed for further disruption, meaning that the sport is in chaos. It's in chaos. There's no organization. There's no structure to it. So this is the perfect time for a new promotional company to get involved in this conversation. And that's why it's here, because of what just happened on Saturday is a prime example of what this is all about, right? It's about the blatant corruption in the sport to the point to where people don't even feel it necessary to explain themselves anymore. They just do it. And you got a fan base that's willing to support it no matter what, as long as their favorite fighter is benefiting from it. And that's the issue. That's the issue for the sport, right? I'm going to take it from here. So Mark Shapiro, because I have a big sheet right here in front of me here. Mark Shapiro, President and Chief Operating Officer, TKO, added, "This is a strategic opportunity to reimagine the sport of boxing globally." Right? So this is a new approach to it. This isn't about following the blueprint of how it was done before. This is about bringing in the structure, right? Strategically. TKO has a deep expertise, promotional prowess, and long-standing relationships, which means they're plugged. Turkey Al-Sheikh, and Sella share our passion and vision for evolving the current model. Together, we can bring the sweet science back to its rightful place in the forefront of the global sports ecosystem. Now, TKO is going to serve as a managing partner, providing day-to-day operational expertise, management, and oversight of the promotion, with executive leadership anchored by the UFC president and CEO Dana White and WWE president and TKO board member Nick Khan. So it's going to be very entertaining, right? It's not only going to be competitive in the sweet science and the structure is going to be there, but they're also going to bring an element of entertainment that the WWE does, right? That's huge, because that's when you see the Fatal Fury theme that we're seeing happening in Times Square. That's where you see all the great trailer type videos put together to promote the fights, like you saw between Better and Bivol, or Usyk and Tyson Fury, or Francis Ngannou and Anthony Joshua, and all the other huge promotional campaigns that you saw behind these fights that made the fights even more exciting, right? People loved that kind of stuff. The casual fan, more importantly, loves that kind of stuff. And they're trying, I'll say we, because I think I'm on the same campaign with this platform to bring boxing to that space, but trying to bring a casual fan in, not just to bring him in like a Jake Paul fan or those guys who only want to see crazy antics and things of that nature, but bring a casual fan in on a ground level to entertaining them visually, but also introducing them to a structure in boxing so they have something to build off of as far as what boxing should look like, the competitive nature of the sport being there, right? So, TKO will serve as a manager part of Sella has played a pivotal role in promoting and delivering some of the biggest international boxing events in recent years, including the Terrence Crawford versus Madrimov in Los Angeles, Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium, which was like a 90,000 or 86,000+ packed out stadium event, which set a new UK attendance record. Okay, he put it right there. A public investment fund company, Sella, which is the Saudi Arabian investment company, is also the lead sponsor of Newcastle. Hold on one second. Of Newcastle United Football Club, that soccer team, and deliver projects such as Riyadh Winter Wonderland, Formula E, and Italian Super Cup. So they're on that same Saudi Arabia Riyadh season mission, right? This partnership between Turki Al-Sheikh, Sella, and TKO will turn the page on a new chapter in boxing history. Together, we will elevate the sport to new heights and redefine the fan experience for a worldwide audience. The promotion will create a sustainable future for boxing and reinforce Sella's position as a powerhouse in global sports and entertainment. Now, here's the part that I think is important. The new promotion is going to feature a highly structured system to develop new talent from around the world, including athlete combines and academies. What does that mean? The development of fighters, the combines, like football combines. You're going to see where young up-and-coming fighters get inside of these combines and prove themselves, to get big contracts, to get on the big stage and develop them. Not only that, how are they going to develop them? They're going to give these fighters access, all the boxers access to the UFC Performance Institute. That's a big deal. The UFC Performance Institute is like nutrition, the best equipment, the best science, the best doctors. This is going to cause some consistency as far as fighters reaching their best and highest potential physically. All these fighters have different things. Some of these guys are eating Fruit Loops before the fights. Some of these guys are living crazy lifestyles, and they're not doing everything, and they can't afford the nutritionists. They can't afford all that top level the top level service that they need to be the best fighter they can become. They got to wait till the paydays to be able to pay these things out their own pocket. Well, what TKO is going to offer these fighters is going to be access to these facilities that are going to help them develop to be the best fighters they can be. The world's leading combat sports performance training, research, rehabilitation, and nutrition center, featuring locations in Las Vegas, Mexico City, and Shanghai. So this is going to be a world international level. And I want you guys to know that I've not read this before. I'm reading this for the first time in front of you guys, right? I'm dead ass not lying. Take it for what it is. TKO production, media, and promotional expertise to deliver both in-arena experiences and top-tier, state-of-the-art broadcasts to fans around the world. Now, at the end it says further details about the new boxing promotion, including fighter signings, fight schedules, venues, and host locations will be revealed in the coming months. This is epic. What do you think about this, Ray?
I think it's crazy. I think it's great, especially if it's going to be used for building the fighter, building the brand, building a place for the promotional companies to go get a draft, go get a signing. I think it's amazing. You know what I mean? Maybe, and look, and I'll be another point I would like to say, Clay, is maybe hold off on their records as these guys are young and prospects coming in. You know what I mean? I get it. You know what I mean? You're putting all these guys in the ring with each other, but maybe hold off on the professional records and just give them like a semi-pro record. You know what I mean? Instead of amateur, give them a semi-pro. That way, that record doesn't reflect their pro careers, because someone's going to lose, right? It's a tournament-based system. When they get to the top, someone gets a championship. We've already seen the poster of the prospect awards. Like, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because then you're not damaging the brand. And the whole thing about boxing is it's not a team. It's not like you go in year after year to win a championship. These guys get one shot, and those one shots, you know what I mean, could damage the brand. So hopefully they take that in consideration, in my opinion. If not, and it does count as professional bouts, then so be it. It is what it is. Do better. You know what I mean? Either way, I'm not losing sleep. So
yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. The development part of it was the most interesting part for me, the part I value the most, because a lot of the Turkey naysayers or people who are against, his movement and what it represents always kind of throw shots at the longevity, the marathon, whether he's going to be here for the long haul. As I think somebody in chat said that, something speaking on the long haul. What is he planning on doing for the long haul? He's paying these fighters all this money, but is this a temporary thing? Things like this, investing in situations like this, when you see, say, multi-year deal and partnership, this shows you that they're going to be invested in the boxing space. And not only are they invested in the boxing space, this also checks the boxes and answers the questions as far as people saying that Turkey was only there to take advantage of the superstars in boxing, right? He said, he only wants to make the biggest fights. So what about the younger guys and the guys coming up? Well, he's showing you right here, not only that he has interest in the up-and-coming next generation of boxers, but he also wants to facilitate a space to where these guys can get consistent access to the most high-level facilities that are going to offer them rehabilitation, the best doctors, nutritionists, the best equipment to work on. It's going to give them all of these things. That's going to give them access. And I think if we talk to younger fighters, prospects, people who, and I'm interested in doing that. I'm actually going to do a campaign of interviewing amateurs, and I also want to interview fighters about their experience when they grew up in boxing, as they became professional, the sacrifices they had to make to get in the sport. And I want to know, if they had access to this type of service and equipment when they were young, how much would it have benefited them, or would it have not benefited them at all? I think that's going to be interesting, because I hear a lot of people talking about what Turkey doesn't do for boxing and how bad he is with boxing, but I don't hear a lot of boxers saying that. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear the boxers saying that. The closest thing I've heard to a boxer saying that is somebody like a Tank or Canelo Alvarez referring to whether they need him or not. But as far as what he's doing, being good or bad for boxing, I've not yet seen a boxer complain. David Benavidez went to Saudi Arabia, watched a fight, left in the middle of a fight, was like, I'm not interested. Clearly, that's what it looked like from the surface level to see him leave that way. But he was also on record saying, I love what Turkey's doing. This is great for boxing. He was just being loyal to the soil that he came from, and he was going to negotiate anything without Al Haymon being present, which is honorable. We can respect that. But I've not seen any boxers really speak on how this is bad for boxing, right? But I'm interested in how these things that he's rolling out, these partnerships and these investments that he's making and these moves that he's making, how the boxing space feels about it. What does it look like, at least from the surface level, from the outside looking in? What does it look like? Does it still look like this guy's going to leave? Does it still look like this guy's going to do something bad to boxing? I'm interested in all that. Walking away from it and seeing that, I'm sure there's ways to poke holes in it and find some bad things. I think I saw monopoly in here, a word that said monopoly in here. I don't know if it was a good or bad thing, but as far as the control, yeah, 2 Cents said it right here, right? He said, sounds like a monopoly play. Listen, is the NFL monopolizing? Is the NBA monopolizing? Is the PGA Golf Tour monopolizing? I don't know, bro. What is a monopoly? It's a sport, bro. It's a sport. I don't know about the monopolizing. Do you mean monopolizing because he's bringing so much stuff to the table that other promoters can't compete? Who does that hurt? That hurts the promoters. Does that hurt the boxers? Does that hurt the fighters?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
2 Cents said, ask the UFC fighters about their pay models. The UFC isn't monopolizing anything. They can go to the PFL. They can go to other fighting organizations, which they do, and they get paid a lot of money over there. They can go over into Thailand and in the Philippines. They got organizations out there paying guys a bunch of money. Ask Mighty Mouse. He went over there and made the most money he ever made over there at I can't remember what it was, but it was an Asian-based MMA place that he left UFC and went and made his biggest bags over there. So I don't know.
And not to mention, Clay, people got to look at these as jobs, right? These people are working for a living, regardless of their training and becoming professionals. It's their career. When you get into these situations, right, you can go work for big business and maybe get good insurance. You know what I mean?
Antonio. I'm sorry.
Good, yeah, that's cool. Good insurance, some retirement, whatever the case may be. You're getting a benefit package there, right? Or you can go make more money at Joe's Diner down the street and get no benefit package, but you make more money on the front end, right? So at the end of the day, what's better for your career? What's better for you in understanding? You just heard that they're giving these guys a facility in 3 different locations, which is Las Vegas, Mexico, and Shanghai, right? Shanghai, excuse me. And if they're giving all this away, and they're going to give them access to all these, I mean, we don't know; it didn't happen yet, but they're speaking upon it, right? To give them access to all these training facilities and all these nutrition advisements and things of that nature, bro, that's free. Like that right there takes care of a lot of the things that you would have to do as a regular amateur or anyone. I mean, for instance, Coach Eddie's here. 2 Cents, her kids box and things like that. I don't know the ins and outs. I mean, my cousin boxes. I don't know the ins and outs of the nutritionist and all that stuff. What you got to pay on the side, and that's all different. You know what I mean? Having all that, and someone's there to provide that for you, and that's one less thing you got to pay for when you're making $20,000 a year on a circuit. Guess what? That helps. That's a big time help. Or you can go over there and go make $50,000, right? Instead of 20, you double that up. But at the end of the day, you still got to fly. You still got to rent hotels. You still got to, you know what I mean, find your nutritionist, pay your team. So at the end of the day, you're making the same amount and you're doing less for it. I mean, let me know. That's how
I got a question. 2 Cents said there are pros and cons to this. We can't act like it's not. Nothing is ever as good or as bad as it seems. I'm in agreement, right? That's what this conversation is about. I'm interested in the cons. I'm sure there are cons. I'm not thinking you're going to have a hard time finding a con, but at the end of the day, at some point, if everything has everything has its pros and its cons, and everything is not as good or as bad as it seems, at some point or another, the balance and the risk reward and the benefit versus, you know, the pro versus con, the benefits versus the non-benefits start to come into conversation as far as making a decision as to whether or not this is a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because you'll never get anything, as you just stated right here, that's all good, right? Things are going to be good and bad, but you weigh it out, right? Like I got a job. There's plenty of things I don't like about my job, but there's enough good things to make me know that I have a good job. So I stay there. I don't leave and go to another job until the con starts to outweigh the pros. I kind of take the good with the bad, right? That's where that statement comes from. So the question is, based on what we're reading here and on this rollout, what are the cons? What are we worried about? Because Turkey Alacheek's already shown that he's willing to work with other promotional companies. So that's going to be another thing, right? You sign with him. It doesn't stop you from getting fights, and all that across the street politics don't exist with him. He cross promotes like crazy, and he'll pay for it. He won't send you over there to go and have to negotiate and he'll pay for it. He'll facilitate the fight as long as it's a competitive and it's the best fighting the best and it's checking all those boxes, right? That's not going to stop anything. You'll still have the other organizations to choose from. You don't got to sign with TKO. You can continue to sign with your Golden Boys, your PBCs, your Top Ranks, your Matchrooms, your Queensberries. These are all still available to you to use. So there's no monopoly. You have options. This is just a great package. And I think when people are talking about monopoly, they're talking about the package is so good that it's unfair. So in turn, inherently, it makes some form of a monopoly. Other than that, using the word monopoly really doesn't fit this conversation unless you're just talking about the overwhelming benefits of this package in comparison to other things that they're being offered. But you guys let me know what you think. Like, that's what I'm interested in. I'm going to open the panel up in a minute after we go through this Fatal Fury card, and I'm interested in everybody's opinion and perspective on this. I think this is a legitimate, great conversation to have. I hope that there's some scholarship in it, that there's some respect in it, you know what I'm saying, and understanding that us as a community, as a boxing community, can speak on these things and come to some legitimate conclusions. I hope it's not just a whole entire hate campaign or celebration campaign, but I'm sure it'll be mixed into there. But I think we do come to the table and speak about this, and that looks good if we're able to do that. You know what I mean? Take it for what it is. I'm going to move forward from this, though. We'll open up the panel a little bit later. Let me see Ryan's speech. Let me tap in a little bit what's going on here in the chat, even though I want to move on to the fights. I want to actually talk about these fights and these cards. Clay not down with that certain community shit. What community? That sounds good, but it sounds like it could lead to a lot of control, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know, man. Control where? We'll talk about. I hope you hit the link later, sis. I hope you hit the link later so we can talk about that, man. I'm really interested in the cons and that you are worried about. You have a son who's coming up boxing right now. This would interest you, I'm saying, as far as good or bad and weighing it out. And I'm interested in the things that might bother you about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure the people who are putting this together would be interesting in what the boxing space thinks about it and the negative and the cons and the things that they don't want. The control, I don't know about the control, right? I think every single promotional company, I see you put here control 2 cents. I think every promotional company shows control, right? Like David Benavidez went over to Saudi Arabia, and he wasn't able to just go ahead and make a deal with Turkey. He had to be aware of his contractual obligations to Al Heyman and the PBC, right? He couldn't just carry on and do what he wanted to do. He had to go ahead and work it out with the people who quote unquote control him. So I don't know if that's so dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, what does that actually mean? There are pros and cons. Okay, boom, boom. I don't know what exactly that means, but like I said, when I put the link up later, feel free to hit it. And I'm definitely interested in these pros and these cons. You know what I'm saying? 2 cents said, to be clear, I'm not against the idea. It's the implementation. I'm interested in that. What do you mean by the implementation? That's a lot of syllables in that word. I want to know what you mean. Implementation. Like, what do you mean by the way it's being
presented
out there or the way it's being delivered? What do you mean by implementation? What does that mean per se? You know what I mean? Keep in mind, of course, that these guys are going to sign fighters and give them all these services. I'm sure there are going to be contingencies in the contract to make it worth their while to put investments in fighters like that, right? Like, there's going to be contingencies in there. But listen, man, health, pretty much damn near health insurance, which I don't think I hear fighters talking all the time about unions and things of that nature. This is damn near that. To have access to the best doctors, nutritionists, rehabilitation facilities, all that thing. That sounds like insurance to me. That sounds like union stuff to me, damn near. But we can talk about it a little later, right? It is what it is. Let me see here. Bub said, Flyer, I'm not all the way educated on it. My sis ex was more. Okay, no, we're talking about something else there. Let me see here. Joe Mal says, at the end of the day, I support Turkey because it seems like he pays the boxers more than everybody else. 100%. And he's not only just paying the boxers in money now with something like this that he's rolling out, he's paying them out with services too. There's actually services involved in here that benefit the fighter, that help them have better quality of life after boxing, because they're not cutting the corner, doing crazy things, hurting themselves, having poor nutrition, doing all these things that'll hurt them. They're still free to do it. If a fighter's just going to be who he is, he's going to be who he is. But ultimately, I believe I've seen Keyshawn Davis, I've seen Shakur, Andre.
Watch those masseuse still play.
Yeah, I've seen them all over there at the facility, and they all talk about the facility is amazing. They say it's epic. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and move on to this.
Yes, sir. That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for.
Fatal Fury in Times Square, man. Who else but Riyadh Season Ring Magazine, Turkey Al Sheikh to roll out something like this? I mean, I'll take you. You've been waiting on it, so take the lead, my brother. Tell me what you know, what you like about it, what you don't like about it, everything.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't like the unknown points of it, but I do like the attempt. You know what I mean? The attempt to do something that's different, like I said, to bring something to the sport that's never been done. New York City is a wild place, bro. Even though it's cleaned up a lot, it is a wild place. If you haven't been, you don't know. I like to see what happens, how it takes place, how things are going to interact and things of that nature, just by the fan standpoint. The fact that they're trying to bring eyes to the sport says a lot. Let's forget about us as fans. Let's forget about us as content creators and things of that nature. Let's look at it as a person that's just walking down the street and we see guys fighting in a ring. And we see this big crowd and people cheering. And we want to be interested in what's going on, because that's what New York is about, right? Something happens. A lot of people either turn the other way, Clay. A lot of times they turn the other way.
That's what we're trained to do, definitely.
Or what do? They're the first ones to run to it when it's exciting, right? They run to it. They want to be a part of it. They want to engage it. And that's the New York state of mind, man. It's just that type of atmosphere there. So I think when we see this roll out, and especially when you got a fan circuit of Ryan Garcia, you got a hometown he didn't get to receive much guy in Teofimo Lopez, and you got to return to Devin Haney in this event. This says a lot, right? This says a lot. Now, from the perspective that I see, Clay, this is going to be nonchalantly one of the biggest events of my lifetime. And I promise you, of my lifetime. And it doesn't matter who's the headliner. It doesn't matter who's the star. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that it's a precedent set. And when you set a precedent, the ball's dropping. Remember that 2024 5 ball is still there, right? That ball's dropping. And when it drops, you got to fight. Just like they say in the game, right? Fight. Let's get it.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, you hit on a lot. I can only piggyback on a lot of stuff that you said because, man, listen, I think to sum it up, a lot of what you said was the intrigue of this is exciting. The idea behind what they're trying to do, which we understand how Times Square is set up. We understand that this is going to have to be a very creative, probably expensive attempt to make this what the vision has in detail for them, right? This is an easier said than done task. You know what I'm saying? You don't just do it because if you could just do it, it'd probably been done already, right? So the mere fact that it's never been done before just lets you know the complicated the intricacies to getting this to work the way they want it to work. But I'll tell you what, it lets you know that they have a game plan, they have an approach, that they've thought about it, and they're like, we got an idea. And that's the creativity and the effort put into the sport that we as boxing fans should want to see, right? The constant attempt to recreate and reinvent the way that they're approaching rolling out these fights show you the commitment that somebody like Turki Al-Sheikh has to the sport, and also the benefits for a boxing fan to always see something not only competitive inside of the ring, right? Because that's the main thing as boxing fans we like, but to also watch the amount of effort and the eye-pleasing and mental and visual stimulating technology that's going to have to be used to make this what it is, and witnessing it. I mean, just the whole entire cross-promoting of the video game and the fight is amazing. The whole Fatal Fury campaign at this point, because we got to remember that Conor Benn and Chris Eubanks are using the same exact approach, right? They got the Fatal Fury out there going on. So obviously, another thing that Turki brings to the table is the way he's bringing in other elements into the sport that are going to attract casuals, the video games. You've seen him roll out Undisputed, right? You've seen him use this Fatal Fury energy here, right? You even seen him use the KO Night or KO Chaos. I can't remember with Francis Ngannou and Anthony Joshua, right? You see him always trying to think of new ways to roll this out. He wants this to be something exciting, and it's going to eventually tap into the casual fan. The casual fan is what this is aimed at. When you see something like this, it's aimed at people who are under 40 years old. That's who it's aimed at, right? Maybe even under 30, right? Like people who are really into the video games, introducing them to boxing at the highest level as far as competitive fights are concerned, and reconditioning. I have no problem using the word because that's what it's always been, the conditioning of what boxing is supposed to look like to the youth, to the casual fan. Because up until past couple of events, he's really been focused on the hardcores, right? And he's trying to set a platform up in combination with the fact that he's coming out with his new promotional company with TKO, and he's trying to do things for the prospects, and he's trying to develop fighters. He's setting up a platform and a way of delivering fights for the future. That's what he's doing. He's setting the precedent, like you said, my brother, for the future of boxing, what it's going to look like. He's thinking about 10 years from now, 5 to 10 years from now, what is boxing going to look like? And he's tapping into the technology. I think it's amazing. And of course, he's putting on a very young headliners on here. I'm going to say headliners because each one of these fights could probably hold their own on a card on their own, right? But let's start off with the young bull, Ryan Garcia. Now, Ryan Garcia clearly with our community hasn't rubbed us the right way. He's definitely done things to not get our support, and really, you know, anybody who has any type of animosity towards Ryan Garcia probably has a good reason not to vibing with his brother. I know I have my issues personally. You know what I'm saying? With some of the ways he's approached, he's insulted my faith, he's insulted my race, he's insulted boxing in many ways, right? With the way he approached it with the PEDs and all that, and the lack of preparation. But look, man, he's young, he's a fighter. He can be a good fighter when he's in his bag and he's not caught up in the antics. He's been on suspension for about a year. He's returned back to the sport. In April, the suspension will be up. He'll be fighting on this card in May. He seems I mean, have you noticed anything different about Ryan at this point? And I mean, not judging him and saying that he is different, but have you noticed anything that you can acknowledge on the surface level about Ryan right now? And is it a bad thing?
Listen, rehab is a crazy place, bro. Let me just tell you, it'll change you.
Yeah.
And I think he's been taking the steps seriously. When he said he was going to rehab, he's going to fix his life and things of that nature. And I think he has. I mean, even him saying that that Bill tried to bait him in a conversation, and they're using everything against him. He's playing it smart. He's being very articulate with the way he's moving. He seems like he's taking it to another level of common sense. He just didn't show any before. He was doing the antics and all the silliness. And I mean, he's still a fighter, right? So he's going to have his little moments, but his moments were designed around reaction to another fighter. It wasn't designed about cringe-worthy moments and talking about stuff that didn't make sense and destroying lives of people and bringing bad memories back. He wasn't about that. He actually kept everything 100%. And it seems like he's been doing this for quite some time too. It's not just like I'm saying most recent times. Because even in the event thing with Japan, right? Remember he's supposed to do that event? Right. They humbled this kid. Whatever happened between then and now, he's very humble. And I'm going to tell you what I think it is. That bag. They don't want to see. He said, yo, man, you're going to come over here and work for me. You're going to have to humble yourself. Or you know what? You'll never see a fly penny in your life again. Not like this. You'll never get this again. So I think money talks, rehab, and things of that nature have changed the mindset of Ryan and made him more professional, honestly.
Yeah. I agree with everything you're saying, man. I think, first of all, good business and stability does motivate people. One thing I've said about, another thing I say about Turkey, what he's brought to the game is he's brought a lot of civility out of some of these fighters. Some of them are going to be ignorant, and we'll talk about one of them, Tio. You know what I mean? How he couldn't keep it together. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, they understand, carry myself like I'm somebody, like I was raised with some sense, right? Ryan understand that the opportunity to make all this money is there for sure, but also that he's dealing with a people who have some sort of, it's a different culture of boxing. It's a culture that doesn't really celebrate something too crazy. Like, you know, recently we seen Conor Benn get smacked in the face with an egg by Chris Eubank Jr., but I think we will all agree that was wild, unexpected, and crazy, especially on a UK stage to see something like that, right? That's not the normal way you see them react over there. Normally the boxers over there, they'll talk a little trash to each other, but there's always seems to be like an understanding of like, we're going to be respectful out here and we're going to have some gentleman energy about us, about how we're carrying this. You know what I'm saying? And coming from a boxing culture where the haves and the have-nots, where some people eat but most people don't, and the price to eating is being the most crazy you can be, you know what I mean? Just being as wild as you can be kind of helps sell you. You can see where Ryan Garcia may have been feeling like that's the way he had to go. You combine that with the actual mental health and the anxiety he probably was dealing with, you know what I'm saying, just off the strength of him having mental health issues, and also the fear, you know, having that defeat by Gervonta Tank Davis, going into the ring with somebody who I think there's legitimate argument to ask as to whether or not he was confident he could beat Devin Haney or not, right? So trying everything he could to derail Devin Haney's team mentally to get into that fight, to get that leverage to the point where he didn't even train for that fight because he was just kind of mentally tapped out a little bit, you know what I mean, from boxing. Getting that victory on Devin, even though, you know, the performance enhancement drugs were involved in it, he seems to stand very hard on that platform to say that he didn't do it on purpose, that this was by accident, right? And if he didn't do it on purpose for himself, because only he really knows what happened, right? Like we can go by the test and we know for a fact it's not up for the negotiation as to whether or not it was in his system or not. We know that for a fact. But, you know, if he did he do it on purpose? Did he really have contaminated supplements? Did he, whatever his personal reason was for it, if he's genuinely being honest to himself, there has to be some confidence there now. If he didn't do nothing on purpose, and this is just based off of his skills as far as he's concerned, he has to be going into this a little bit more confident now as far as his boxing career is concerned. And then you bring that full circle back to a Turki Al-Sheikh 3-fight deal, which is probably going to put him well close to $50 million, I would think, when it's all said and done. He don't got to act no more. So now go get the help. You spent a year. out of boxing because you got suspended. It looks like he calmed down, man. It looks like he went and got the help. He's taking accountability for what he said, what he's done, and he's trying to show and prove through his actions that he's somebody different. I hope that he does that successfully. I hope he delivers that message to us successfully, right? That's actually what ends up happening. But I like this version of Ryan Garcia that I'm seeing. I'm chilling. I'm taking it on face value. I'm not a fan of Ryan all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go out get crazy with it, but I do appreciate this version of him that's at the table right now. And I'm interested even more in what that looks like inside the ring now, as far as a competitive boxer. What do you think about that translating into the ring, as far as him being a fighter?
I want to see it happen because I don't think he ever took boxing seriously, and I think he went back to his grassroots to say, "Look, I'm ready." Maturity happens, Clay, when sometimes we see certain things. We see our downfalls, right? Like I think I mentioned it yesterday about failure. Failure is the only way you grow. Him being in the situations he's been in, and look, I'm not making excuses for him. I'm not a fan. Promise you that. But this is just anyone, and I think in his case, him having these failures and these moments, these spectacles, and embarrassment of his family, that's all part of failing. That's all you trying to hide everything in the background and putting some dumb shit out in the foreground, right? Because you're throwing what they call smoke and mirrors, right? You're throwing things up to throw away the distractions. So with that being said, I think he's accepted, and a part of maturity, accepting his failures. He's starting to move into a balance of his life where I think he's understanding, like, look, man, I can do so much more with boxing. This is something I always wanted to do. Let me take it to the next level. Let me grow with the sport. Let me be mature enough to be a competitor. Let me not, and the confidence too of the fight with Devin Haney. That's another thing that shows, right? I beat this guy, so I can do this. I didn't cheat. Let's just say he didn't, right? I didn't cheat, but I beat this guy, so I can do it again. And the fact that mentally that changes the whole point and concepts of thinking and the way you move forward. And I think the maturity will show as the fight gets closer. We'll find out.
Yeah, I do think that at the highest level of the sport, which is where he is right now, he's getting ready to compete at the highest level. He's going into his first championship fight. He's fighting for an actual WBA regular title. It'll be his first title shot, right? I think there's some understanding about the kind of mental strength he needs to have as well going into these big fights. You know what I mean? Potentially getting into a ring with a Jerome Boots Ennis at one point in time, or going to 154 and competing in that Hornet's Nest, or, he's at 147. So, these fights are realistic. Mario Barrios, Stanionis, Brian Norman Jr., obviously Teofimo and Devin Haney, and whatever other fighters in the division causing commotion, because you got up and coming fighters coming up, Polanco coming up in that division, doing a lot of work right now, the Dominican fighter. So he's competing at a high level. No more weight bully leverage. No more, just that left hook ain't gonna cut it. He's made the changes in his camp. He's working back with Eddie Reynoso. He's taking boxing more seriously right now from the outside looking in, and I'm interested to seeing how that looks. I want to take a time to answer 2 cents what he wrote here. He said, Clay, major leagues have player unions that negotiate on their behalf in matters like profit sharing, contract legalities, pensions, health care, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I like that 2 cents. And I also, you added to it right here and said, that's all I meant by implementation, representation on both sides, something the UFC does not have. I agree with you, 2 cents. And that's a legitimate argument, right? But I don't know. Does boxing provide that? Does any of these other promotional companies provide that to the boxers? And I'm not saying that to justify them not doing it, but what I am acknowledging is the work in progress, the trajectory of what we see happening here with this partnership that's been made between Turkey and TKO Entertainment. The trajectory is clear with them. The things that they're doing that I don't see promotional companies doing either, as far as the facility access and what the facility benefits the fighters. But as far as representation on both sides, is it not there? Do these fighters lose their managers or something when they go and they sign to them? Don't they have representation now as much as they had working with the PBC or Top Rank or any of these promotional companies, or is it different? Let me know in the comments what you think about that. But yeah, so I'm interested in seeing what Ryan Garcia has got going, and I like the new energy and the new maturity and the new way he's carrying himself. I do think it has a lot to do with the company he's keeping, right? And it seems like the company he's keeping is more of the cloth of a Turkey Al-Sheikh, or you know what I'm saying, just
a distinguished person. Yeah,
distinguished persons, right? And he seems to be carrying himself accordingly because of that. But Roelly Romero moves up to 147 pounds. This fight is going to be what who Ryan Garcia is fighting. This is going to be a 147-pound fight. We've seen Roelly Romero compete with Gervonta Tank Davis at 135, which is, I think, the best version of him that we saw, right? Even though he lost, I thought that was the best version of him that I saw was that night against Gervonta personally. And then, you know, we seen him roll into a old man Barroso fight and get outclassed, but get a victory given to him that I think most people feel like he didn't deserve. Then we seen him go and fight Isaac Cruz and get washed at 140, right? And now he's going to 147. Good, bad, who cares? Easy work. Interested in seeing, intrigued. Tell me how you feel about it.
I think it's a good move. I think a lot of these fighters that move from 135 to now currently 147 have all had weight issues. They've all been sluggish, all been draining to make weight, supersized rehydrations, things of that nature. And I think Roelly has recognized that, you know, this is potentially going to be where he's probably his best. He's going to feel more comfortable. He's not going to feel drained. Actually, listen, and so many words or less, as he said yesterday, because he didn't say much. He just, you know, Terminator answers, right? But yes, maybe, okay, you know, type shit. But I think Roelly is showing the signs of a comfortability. Look, I wasn't the best here because I just didn't have my legs. I wasn't the best here because I didn't feel comfortable. I feel drained. I feel this. This is a strong point of saying that, you know what I mean? Yes, it doesn't show to me the greatest boxing IQ, but fighting IQ, I think Roelly has a ton of. I think Roelly has enough to go in the ring, and I think what he's displayed is great passion for the sport. And he's been a late bloomer to the table. I think he feels that he can make this a mismatch for Ryan because he brings something that Ryan doesn't have, which is some sort of fighting IQ, and he's going to make it a good fight. I think this fight's going to be bigger than what we think we're anticipating. I think the right hook does come into play. I don't think the right hook does much. I think if he's going to land the right hook from Ryan's side, right, it's got to go to the body because Roelly's going to be prepared, and he sits so far back not to be hit with that chin, and he paws a lot. Roelly might end up beating Ryan if it goes to points. So let's just be clear on that. I just want to put that out there. Roelly looks focused.
Yeah, Roelly definitely looks focused, and I think without a doubt he has to understand that this is one of his last chances right here. That him fighting on this card, which by the way, Roelly's supposed to be a PBC fighter last time I checked, right? And fighting on this card, this is one of his last opportunities to get at that bag, right, and to get that recognition and, you know, titles, and just, you know, be treated the way he's been treated ever since he fought Tank. This is his last go at it. This is his last try, right? Like, I'm not sure if he got a 3-fight deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh to fight with Riyadh Season. I'm sure this is a one-off, but big opportunities for him. If he's able to beat Ryan Garcia, then obviously his name goes right back in the basket as one of the you know, draws in boxing, right? Because he does well at the press conferences. He knows how to promote in his interviews. His media presence is it can go viral. Roelly's the kind of person to go viral for saying something crazy. He's going to appeal to the mass if he's able to back that up with results in the ring. I agree with, I think Antonio MMA kind of put in here, but Roelly always loses due to lack of boxing skills and weight issues. Yeah, I think I would question that too as well. I don't know if I would ever say that Roelly has boxing skills, you know what I mean? And I think it's interesting as far as Ryan Garcia is concerned, being that he has so many amateur national titles that he's won. And, you know, I always remember that he came in here with a lot of promise. People spoke very highly of him. When Oscar De La Hoya signed Ryan Garcia, it was based off of him getting ready to take over boxing, being one of the biggest talents that could be in boxing. It wasn't just because of a left hook. I think we've seen him kind of like, at points I've said, you can look in old videos that I've said, I thought Ryan Garcia had digressed a bit. In other words, I thought he was more skillful earlier in his career than he than he was in his last couple of fights, right? He kind of got very comfortable with the one trick pony approach he was bringing, as far as always trying to set that left hook up, doubling it, tripling it, quadrupling it at times to try to make it happen. And I think this is significant when I'm bringing up, just based off of this past weekend. We had a fighter in Gary Antoine Russell who himself became kind of one-dimensional for a little while based off the results he was getting. But he also was able to show this past weekend that he was able to tap back into that bag and show us that he's actually a fighter with a lot of wrinkles to his game, that he has a jab, that he can set up shots, that he doesn't have to rush his opponent, that he can take his time, break him down. He knows how effective a good body campaign is, level changing is. He can win a fight, go to the scorecards, and win the fight decisively. I think Ryan Garcia may have a part of him that we haven't seen yet. Pause. I don't know if that needs a pause or not, right? But I think there's tools in the bag of Ryan Garcia of who he was and foundationally who he's always been, as far as learning boxing from such a young age. He's not a newcomer than, like, let's say Roelly Romero, who started boxing later. Like, I think Roelly started boxing like 17, right? Like 16, 17?
16.
Something like that, right? So Roelly's more novice as far as, and I think that's going to be an opportunity for Ryan Garcia to make that statement in his fight. The fact that whatever we've seen from Roelly Romero, when I watch him fight, I have to agree with Antonio MMA that I've always noticed his lack of pedigree. That's why he's always felt that the one thing he's always brought to the table was power, and aggression, and and will, and that he'll push forward and they can get you out of there. But he did that in the smaller divisions where that power translated well. It's going to be interesting to see if Roelly Romero's power translates at 147 the way it translated at 140 and 135. I haven't seen Roelly Romero knock anybody out in a long time. Matter of fact, his last fight that he had, he went full 10 rounds with a fighter who he probably should have knocked out. It wasn't all that. Who Abdullah Mesa ran through like a hot knife through butter. You know what I'm saying? His power didn't translate in that last fight. So without the power, who is Roelly for real? Well, he'll get an opportunity to show us that on May 2nd. Now, he said, and people are speaking on the big right hand of Roelly against the big left hand of Ryan Garcia. I beg to differ and say I'm pretty confident Ryan Garcia has a big left hand. I haven't seen this big right hand from Roelly Romero in a very long time. And now he's at 147 pounds, where Ryan Garcia is going to be a bigger, more hydrated fighter. There are arguments out there to say that he was a depleted fighter and his punch resistance could have been in question when he fought against, let's say, Tank Davis. He's more confident. He's able to absorb shots. He's got a decent chin. He's been hit by Luke Campbell and recovered from it and stopped Luke Campbell. He's kind of tried true in many ways. He's going to get an opportunity to put on showcase his boxing, the sweet science of boxing, if he chooses to do that, depending on the fighter he has in front of him in Roelly Romero. But Roelly Romero has to show us that the power translate. And let's say if he got better as a boxer and what that translates into as far as competing against Ryan Garcia and what he brings to the table, the intangibles that he brings to the table. But this is his last chance, Ray, in my opinion. This is his last go at it. He gets knocked out here. Where does he go from here?
Into commentating or something.
Even commentating, I think Roelly talks funny. I think he's kind of weird mentally. I think he's kind of
yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Everybody needs somebody to be a beat reporter that's an analyst and get some feedback on things. He'll be fine. I think Roelly's smarter than what we think he is. I think he's also able to talk better than we think. I just think he just tries to put on the show to be funny. I think, and that's my opinion. But here's the thing, Clay. I think was very important. You mentioned something about Ryan Garcia and with the Luke Campbell situation.
Hold on 1 second. I don't want to cut you off. Yo, 2 cents. I love this version of 2 cents. This is my kind of conversation. I love this shit. This is what I'm talking about, 2 cents. You need to not be scared to speak like this more often. I don't see you speak like this often, every now and then, but this is real mind stimulating conversation. I love it. I'm not going to read it right now because Ray got his own thing going on, and I'm not going to, but I just wanted to, I don't know, I guess call it celebrate you for a minute. I don't know if that's the word to use, but I want to inspire you to continue to come forward with arguments like this. I love it. I love it. I love it, bro, for whatever it's worth, bro. And I'm going to read it. I read it already, but I'll read it in a minute, but I'm going to let Ray cook. But I just wanted to acknowledge you, bro, for real. Yeah.
Yeah. I think when we look at I don't even know Styles. When I think I was talking about Ryan. So Ryan going back to Eddie Reynoso, right? He fought Luke Campbell under Eddie Reynoso. He had some issues there. You know what I mean? Footwork, things of that nature. And if he does a silly shell with Roelly, I guarantee you, Roelly's not going to sit back and wait. He's going to capitalize, and he probably will hurt Ryan with that. Ryan punches Roelly punches way too hard, and he has the factor of looking for aggression. We just haven't seen the aggressive side of Roelly. That's where we lost Roelly, the aggression. I don't know if it happened because after the Tank fight, he just got less aggressive, and he just hasn't been the same fighter. But once we get both these guys in the ring at their full extent, and he's saying he don't like Ryan, and he never did, and things of that nature, that builds the fight. I mean, it ain't exciting like our other fighter we'll talk about later, but the fact that he remembers these things and he's saying, in very short conversation, he's going to win this fight. I want to see the aggression come back from Roelly, and I think if he comes back aggressive, we might have a fight on our hands, Clay.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of possibilities in this fight. I don't believe this is going to I don't think it's going to fail to deliver. I'll say it like that, right? I think it's going to be one of those fights that's going to deliver, whether it's a fight of the year candidate fight or whether or not you're looking for a knockout. I think it's going to check a lot of those boxes. And I think it's great stylistically. Like the matchmaking is a great stylistic fight. You know what I mean? There's danger in there for both of the fighters. I do think one fighter has a little leverage over the other one as far as delivery. I think Ryan Garcia has mastered delivering that left hook. And I also believe that Ryan Garcia may have the leverage as far as boxing IQ. But I think Roelly has these intangibles that fighting those unorthodox fighters. When you think about the Mayorgas, right? When you think about the Prince Naseems and all those guys, you know what I mean? I can't remember my guy's name. Who's the drunken master again? What's his name?
That's geez, I hate when you put me on the spot. It starts with I know his name too. Starts with a G.
Something Augustin.
Yes. So Augustus.
I remember his name, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Anyway, we all know what we're talking about. The drunken master.
They're gonna drop it in the chat. Yeah, Manuel. Thank you.
Yeah, Manuel Augustus. Exactly. That unorthodox approach that it poses problems at times for fighters because you get used to fighting boxers and dealing with boxers, but then you get in front of this dude who's just giving you weird looks, throwing punches from weird angles, jumping forward when you're not expecting him to, and just able to generate power from weird places. It's going to be a learning curve for Ryan Garcia to deal with a fighter like this. To me, this will probably be the most unorthodox fighter he's ever been in front of, like a fighter who doesn't fight like everybody else. He's just not. But at the same time, Roelly Romero's been looking very pedestrian lately, very much like he's trying to stick to boxing. When he fought against Isaac Cruz, he tried to become a boxer all of a sudden and got steamrolled. You know what I'm saying? When he fought against this last fight against the Jaime Garcia Jaime or whatever his name was, I can't remember what his name was.
You
called the Roelly Romero. Yeah, something Jaime, right? Like Garcia Jaime or Greg Jaime or James
Jaime. That's what I'm calling him.
Right, the Jaime. You saw he boxed there. He didn't do nothing spectacular. He didn't do nothing special. He didn't go for the kill. He didn't do the things that I think got Roelly to the big show as far as fighting against Gervonta Tank Davis. He's kind of like weaned away from that a little bit and become this other fighter. I don't know. Maybe the old Roelly comes out in this fight. But like I said, I don't think it'll fail to deliver. He'll either be a better fighter than we've seen him be, and it'll be a competitive fight, or he'll get clipped and knocked out, and casual fans love that, right? So it'll be there. I love it too.
Yes, it is. These guys, these are the fights we wanted 5 years ago. So you know what I mean? Better now than later, right?
Right. No doubt. So it is what it is. I think that's a great fight. Moving on to the next fight. We know what this has all been a setup for. This is about Devin Haney's return as well, leaving 140 pounds. I thought that was interesting for him to finally admit, and I love that he admitted and owned the fact that 140 just wasn't going to be realistic for him to be the best version of himself anymore. I think when I heard like Mickey Bay talk about, nah, he's really a 140-pounder, man, Devin really walked, I was just like, I know you're saying this, but I'm sorry, man. Them weight cuts, I've seen some bad weight cuts with him, and I just always have acknowledged that I didn't like the weight cuts. I didn't like the 25-pound rehydration the next day or 20-pound or whatever it was. I know people say that really wasn't what it was, that he had clothes on and this, that, and the other. But whatever it was, there was definitely a huge difference between him the night of the weigh-in and the next day when you seen him in the ring. He was just like replenished, right? But I think we saw Devin Haney suffer from his inability to absorb shots at those lower weight classes. And I think a lot of that had to do with the bad weight cuts. I think he had a good weight cut against Regis Prograis, but ultimately there were more weird weight cuts than good ones, in my opinion. And even fighting against Linares, he kind of got exposed hitting the chin and, had the stanky leg there. I think all of that was punch resistance. So I'm glad him and his team were able to come to agreement and have the confidence to bet on Devin Haney's skills. Although it's more dangerous at 147 pounds, it's still a healthier Devin Haney at 147 pounds. And I think that is worth its own weight in gold. Looking forward to see what he brings to the table, as he's going to be fighting against Jose Ramirez, who also is moving up from 140 pounds, also has spoken about dealing with bad weight cuts. People have talked about it in the background that Jose Ramirez walks around a pretty big guy and that he was cutting a lot of weight to compete at 140. Jose Ramirez's last fight against Arnold Barbosa ended up with this very sluggish, foot in the cement type of fighter who just really didn't have that pop and that energy that he had. Looks like that weight could have legitimately been a reason as to why he looked like that. Well, he's going up to 147 pounds where he feels like that's going to be more of a natural space for him. Speak on this fight. What do you think about this fight and the return of Devin Haney?
First things, like you said, I like the fact that Dougie Fisher tried to acknowledge that it was a bad weight cut, and Devin went with that. I like the fact that Dougie Fisher even corrected himself and saying, yeah, it was only one fight, right? He goes, no, the first fight I made weight. I look fine. And Dougie goes, yes, you did, right? The second fight is where you look terrible. So it shows that, both the it shows from the outside, someone bringing attention to this. As far as him, Devin bringing himself together, we have to see how he stands up against the test of time, right? This is his first fight back. He claimed why he was out the ring. Confidence just may be shattered a little bit. Things of that nature. He's taking on a two-time champion and a champion that had a unified champion at that. A guy who once dominated the division that has power. Great boxer, great ring IQ. And if you ask me my opinion, maybe not as strong as Ryan, but a much better fighter than Ryan. So this is the fight you're going to get to prepare yourself for somebody that has a great left hook is this guy. This is the one that's going to bring everything out and help you get yourself in that situation, right? So shout out to Jose Ramirez, also a fighter who said that he's had trouble making weight. To me, if he's saying the things that he said, he should be moving to 154. But at the same time, less weight to drain, more time to recruit, right? So maybe he doesn't hurt himself as much. Maybe he is able to go in that ring and be focused. Maybe he sees something. Maybe he has some idea because he watched the fight with Ryan and Devin, and he knows what intangibles they have. But he also has to look at the fight with Regis, right? That was a very, very well put together fight. So Jose Ramirez has to be on the information point to know where he stands. Not to mention, I was looking at the height, right? So the height that Devin has to Jose Ramirez is the same that Barbosa had to Jose Ramirez. It's a big difference. And those differences are the factors, the small increment factors that we see in a fight that make changes and make things go right or wrong. So we'll see how this fight plays out based on what intangibles they both bring to the ring.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think the test is going to be there. Matter of fact, a lot of people are kind of speaking like this is a dangerous, like he has the most dangerous fight out of the three guys going up here.
It is,
and it's actually a big.
I don't know about the most.
I'm just saying, arguable. There's an argument there.
It is. It is a very dangerous. I was thinking that this. All these guys can lose. All three of them.
Right. But I mean, people have talked about it as far as just as far as Devin could have maybe picked an easier fight, right? What I'm saying,
right.
And I'm saying that in the spirit of taking into consideration that the bigger picture is that he wins this fight so he can fight and get his get back at Ryan Garcia for the sequel, right? So that's on the line here. So I'm saying it on the strength of that, right? Like Terrence Crawford, you see how he's kind of protecting his opportunity to fight Canelo Alvarez. He's not taking no tune-ups. He's kind of like, yo, I'm not letting nothing stop me from getting this fight. I'm just going to take my chances, and I'm going to wait until September to fight Canelo. Same thing with Devin, but except Devin didn't take, you know, I mean, he believes in himself, is what I'm saying. It takes a lot of belief in your skills and your ability and confidence about you to jump into a fight like this, knowing that what's in jeopardy in the bigger picture is your biggest payday, which is against Ryan Garcia, and finally being able to collect that Turkey Al-Sheikh check. You didn't get that check when you fought under the Golden Boy pay-per-view. You complained. You said the pay-per-views didn't sell. Oscar didn't pay you the right way. It was a failure. Ryan did a whole bunch of antics that kind of hurt the sellability of the fight to a degree to some fans. This is an opportunity to get your revenge and get your win back, you know what I mean, against Ryan Garcia, but it's also your ability to get that payday that you wanted to get. So you're putting a lot on the line now, fighting somebody at this caliber, a Jose Ramirez, who I think is going to be, you know, it's not going to be easy for Devin. And I believe if it is easy for Devin, it's going to really show how good Devin, you know,
really is, right?
Yeah.
But did you notice Devin kept looking past Dougie Fisher at Ryan?
Say it again.
Did you see Devin looking at Ryan like, yeah, bro, I can't wait.
Yeah. I think without a doubt there was, but once again, even that situation.
My point is that could be an issue. He's looking past. He could be looking past Ramirez. Right. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying that. Yep.
Right. So I think the focus is definitely got to be there. But I think the focus is there. They didn't address each other. They didn't speak to each other too much. I think they both kind of acknowledged that, you know, we got our fighters in front of us. Let's handle our business so that we can get, you know, to where we need to be in October.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I thought that was also something that Turkey brought out of them. Just the civility that they have towards each other and being in the same room with each other. You know what I mean? I think that's there as well. So I want to see what Devin is going to do, man. This is something I wanted for him as far as him going up to 147 pounds. I was saying that. I was like, go to 147, bro. You're not doing well with these weight cuts. And I wanted to see him do that. So now I think this is going to be a test for Devin and to show the fans, and, you know, if not the fans, me at least, I want to see who Devin Haney really is. I feel like we haven't really seen who he really is. We've seen who he can be, but there's always been the weight cuts and quote unquote weight bullying, that some people might want to call it. And I think that kind of got in the way of Devin actually reaching his potential. I'm hoping to see something closer to what I think he is at 147 pounds against a fighter like Jose Ramirez. We'll see what happens, right? Now, what were you laughing about that you were trying to distract me with?
One, I wasn't. Just frequent put up there one, and then I seen this post from Tio on X. It's just hilarious. I'm about to send it in a private chat, but
yeah,
yo, Tio do too much, bro. I'm glad we're going in the net. This is just perfect. This is a perfect segue to Tio. Yeah, bro, it's just I can't. This guy's hilarious. But go ahead. What Frequent said was really funny. He said that WBA might be watching this. I thought that was funny. That's why I was laughing at.
Hey, Clay, guess what? The WBA just retracted that statement. They might be watching. They need to be watching because that was diabolical. That statement was straight up deplorable. I was very embarrassed for them, and I'm glad they recognized it. Yeah, man, the cringe. That's what I call Teofimo. You know what I mean? He is the cringe, right? Teofimo has hit lows behind lows behind lows behind lower lows. And he doesn't cease to amaze me at this point because every opportunity he gets, he taps in and doubles down into the low frequency level. And I've said it from the beginning, Ray, Teofimo is a good fighter when he has the right challenges in front of him, a fighter with a lot of promise. But this campaign that Teofimo's been on to justify his actions and the things that he's been saying and getting himself involved in and getting his brand involved with, it's been a disgusting, embarrassing, and quite frankly, depending on the results that he has with Arnold Barbosa Jr., it might be a tragic ending to a career that had so much promise in it. Because I promise you, I don't know when he takes a loss how the boxing space is going to deal with him. Because he's damn near not liked by almost a lot of people. Are just getting tired of it. It's getting old. Even the commentators, I saw Ade Adolopo speak on it and say, I really just can't deal with him. I think he's just doing too much.
Yep.
he's just doing too much, and it's just getting to the point where it's not productive, and I don't think he's aware of it. And I think he's trying to, I don't know what he's doing, man, trying to double down. He's doubling down on the words he's saying. He's triggering and attacking and getting into war with like race baiting, and then trying to deny it and say that's not what he's doing, and playing people's intelligence, saying that banana doesn't mean, that's not what he meant by banana. He said banana is nothing but potassium. He needs to be slapped, bro. Like, who's trying to listen to that nonsense or hear that nonsense that you're saying? It's really cringe worthy. And you got to ask yourself, how long is he going to continue on this? And is it gonna take him crashing to see that? And when he does crash out and he tries to come back from redemption, how welcoming is the boxing space going to be to this quote unquote apology? Like, you see Ryan Garcia, he said some crazy stuff, right? But I'm telling you, he's making a bit of a comeback with his energy, owning it, and say, you know, I was in a bad mental space. You guys should know, if you don't know about people with mental health, I was dealing with these things. I was smoking, I was drinking. I'm not proud of that. You know what I'm saying? He spoke to it. I'm hoping to show improving my actions. And we're going to be watching him, obviously, right? But is Tio going to go to a point to where he just can't redeem himself from what he's doing?
Nope. You know why? Because he keeps trying to pull the wool over the wolf. You know what I mean? He keeps trying to be the wolf in sheep's clothing. He keeps trying to act like he's this bad guy, but then he gets around the people and he goes, I'm not that guy. It's not promotion. Bro, you didn't quadruple down on this banana conversation, and you didn't say it to AB. No, you didn't say it to AB. You said it to Hitchens and called him out, as you said. Yeah, Africa, whatever. Yeah, banana. Like, come on, bro. That was significant. That was literally an attack. You know what I mean? And oh, I didn't mean that. I meant potassium. My ass. Yeah, you meant potassium. You just knew what you did. You knew what you was up there against, and you knew it. You knew that 30, talking about 30 million. Listen, he making 30 million his next 3 fights. That's amazing. Kudos to you. You know what I mean? Proud of you. I'm glad you made it. Finally made it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's why you're acting stupid. But you need to humble yourself, man. Because I told you, Clay, when we first started talking, and you used to tell me how great Tio was, I said, I can't stand this kid.
Yeah.
Great fighter. But I can't stand him. I said, he does way too much. I said, look, of all the fighters that talk shit, he's the worst. And you was like, nah, bro. Nah, remember? Ain't, he's just great. And I said, look, you said, you can't let that get. I said, no, you'll see.
I always acknowledge that he said things that were like weird, but I always acknowledge his skill set. But I never made it.
That's what I'm going with, right? You be like,
antics.
Yeah, you be like, yeah, man, that ain't got nothing to do with what he do in the ring, right? And I was like, yo, it has everything to do with it, because he tries to build these situations for the things he does in the ring to these points. And the fact that he's just not there, and he acts stupid towards other fighters. He won't take fights. He looks for different excuses, and then his dad is always, and I don't want to be disrespectful, drunk. Then he gets in the ring after these fights and he gets questionable wins. He says the dumbest things after that. Yeah, Jesus Christ, and that's me, SMD, right? And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? Like, bro, Tio has some issues. I told you this, and I'm promising you, and I'm going to say this for the last time, and I hate bringing the freaking past up, but Kambosos is living rent-free in this dude's head. Bro, until he rematches Kambosos, he's going to be like this constantly. He's considerably trying to grab the attention to take all that away. Constantly it's being brought to him. It's constantly being moved towards him. And anybody that has to trigger him just says Kambosos, and it triggers him to act violently. AB and him yesterday were in the hallway right before the event, and they're sitting there, and he was taunting Tio, and Tio, wait to the ring, and then wait till he turns around and says something slick, and this guy's like, yo, man, we can get it in, bro. It ain't that hard. And then the fact that he just didn't even get love in his own city. Come on, man, this is terrible. This is just not a good look for you, man. And how long can you do it is the question. How long? When you gonna grow up?
Yeah, man. Hold on a second. I want to pull up a video of him doing an interview with Fight Hype. It's a short little interview. Hold on. Or was it Fight Hub? Maybe it was Fight Hub.
It was Fight Hype, I think.
It was Fight Hype?
Yeah. I'm pretty certain it was. I'm actually not pretty certain. I'm pretty almost amazingly certain. But he did it right after the thing. I'm not gonna lie to you, don't bother me. LOL. I mean, the press conference.
Here it is.
Oh, I was just reading super chat to myself out loud. But shout out to Boxing Hacker.
Hold on a second. Bear with me.
Everybody, it's up in the air, so I think it'll make more sense and more eyes for everybody as well.
All right.
But it doesn't really matter. I think at this point, people hate the good, they hate the great. However, yeah, man. All right, we're all united, all of us.
All right, here he is being confronted on the racism, right?
All of us. 10,000 religions, all of us. All of us. What up? We're all black. I got Africa on my back. We gotta go. Let's go.
Get somebody trying to save him.
Right, fuck, y'all just don't do y'all research. They said the first fucking human being. They said the first one was a monkey named Lucy.
You Afro-Latino?
Fuck you.
You Afro-Latino?
I'm everything, bro.
Well, you feel that's the best way to promote?
Set by God.
That's the best way to promote boxing by making these comments? No,
that's right? No, but it's boxing. Everything go.
Yeah, but racism is not.
I'm not racist.
Why you say racist?
That's not racist. How y'all take it. It's how you guys take it. A banana's potassium.
Come on, man.
You guys portray an item that's being, what is it called? Not superficial. What is it? You know how they have stereotypes. You guys added the stereotype. All I did, same thing with the banana eating and laughing at it. You guys thought that I said that shit.
Why you say apple or something? Huh? Why you say apple or something?
An apple? Banana? I got an apple.
Why you ain't say that? You said
what
banana.
You mean? A banana?
Yeah, you can say any fruit.
Any fruit. The darker the deeper the, okay, how does it go about two? All right, it says the darker the flesh, the deeper the roots, right?
The darker the berry, the deeper the roots.
Okay, but the darker the flesh, black, Jesus was black.
Yeah, so
hold on. Did you hear that part? He didn't send the basket. What happened? He didn't send the basket, but he got him an apple.
No, he didn't say I didn't send the but I got him an apple. He said he had apples. He said he had apples.
He said I got him an apple.
Yeah, because they were asking why didn't you eat an apple? Why'd you choose to eat a banana? You know what I'm saying? I don't think he was talking about the basket. I don't think he's taking ownership for doing that.
He's not going to take it. But why would he say that?
Because he was stupid. That's what I was going to speak about. He's not sharp. He's caught up. He was caught up defending something that was undefendable, and he was just saying random stuff. Even the darker the darker the color, the deeper the root, and him going in that direction, and him trying to figure out how to figure out what stereotype, the word he was looking for. He's not that sharp of a person. He's just on a stage trying to perform and get attention. He did the same thing during the press conference, interfering when other people were talking, snoring, and trying to get the attention all come out of him and screaming at Turkey, I'm your fighter, trying to kiss Turkey's behind, meanwhile being a straight bigot in his approach to making fights. It's not attractive, right? And even on this big stage where everybody on the stage kind of understood, carry yourself accordingly because you're in front of distinguished people. He couldn't separate it. He just doesn't have that experience, right? He's always on entertainment mode, and his form of entertainment now is triggering people to speak to him, because what you're seeing here on this screen is, no matter how you want to look at it, for the first time, somebody gives a damn about what he thinks, and he's loving it, right? Like, cameras in my face, everybody's asking me questions. Yeah, everybody want to know what Tio think. Everybody think Tio great. No, nobody thinks that. People just want to know why you're such an asshole, right? But that's what you get being known for. And as these awkward moments happen, he's becoming branded, right? He's becoming to a point to where they're coming to you for a certain reason. He's feeding into it, but there's going to be a point in time, I believe, in Tio's career when it comes to an end where he's going to want it to stop. He's going to want people to recognize that he only did it for a moment in time, but he's going to realize that it's going to stick with him a lot longer than that moment in time. Yep. That stain of this time is going to stay on him, and it just wasn't worth it. When it's all said and done, I think he's going to be shown that it just wasn't worth it, that his family, his kids that he has, the people who have to hear about him being a clown, who have to hear stories about him and still love him, are going to be put in awkward situations because he didn't take into consideration the marathon of life, the journey of life. And that boxing just represent a moment in time in your life. It shouldn't represent your whole entire life. And I think it's going to reflect like that.
And look at how he even approached AB, right? He even went a little bigotry on that, like with the whole Mexican thing. Like the only people that support you in boxing right now are the Mexican families. And you even took a slick comment at them when you were addressing AB, talking about he only people he got is the Mexicans or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it was the way he said it was really discouraging. I'm like, yo, this dude don't know how to control himself. He losing every single point of fan base he got. And it's crazy because the only person I seen supporting him was somebody you like to mention from time to time that you know you have been on the phone with. And I thought he was out of pocket. I'm like, and it wasn't really him, it was his dad. But regardless, bro, like this guy has a black mother, regardless. And I wish we get past the whole black and African American situation because they're the same, just like black and Afro-Cuban and Dominican and Puerto Rican. They're all the same. Black is the color. That's the neutral. That's the overall. And then you have your divisions of where you're from. And know that I can break it down, Clay. I don't even want to go into that. One day I'm going to do it, Clay, and I'm going to have to put a little board up and show you, you know what I mean, how it's built. Because one thing I did in school when I did study was one of those things, you know what I mean, when I went to college. I did go to school for geography and things of that nature, how things were broken down and how people were different in the world. So cool, kudos to Tio for being another freaking slap on the freaking wall, a piece of shit. Excuse me for saying it, but bro, grow up, man. Listen, we all want to be funny. But there's levels to this. And crossing the line, as I told you last time, right? It's the difference between being a habitual line stepper and a person that crosses the line. And when you cross the line and you continue to do so, I'm sorry, man. You no forgiveness for me. So whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Shout out to Boxing Hacker Put. I really did kind of miss that. I guess I was looking into the monitor.
Yeah, I told you, but it's all right.
Right. Boxing Anchor says, I'm not going to lie, Tio, don't bother me, LOL. I mean, at the press conference, everyone was wearing a jacket and bro came out shirtless. He just wilding. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. Like, he doesn't bother me. And maybe he does. Maybe it's disingenuous of me to say that he doesn't bother me, right? Maybe it's kind of disingenuous for me to say it. I don't know. I don't feel like he bothers me, right? But I think it's still a showcase of watching somebody unravel, in my opinion, or getting ready to put themselves in a position where they are going to unravel. I think it's just like a case study. You know what I'm saying? It's a real kind of case study type of situation with Teofimo, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? And I just think I think I wish somebody could tell him, like, you don't need to do this, bro. And like, I don't know why, especially at this point, you've made it to Turkey, you've got this 3-fight deal for X amount of millions of dollars in front of you. Why continue this campaign? It just seems like you're unraveling, like you can't help yourself. I mean, at least at this point, you're defending yourself to a degree to say I'm not racist. But to say I'm not racist and do all the things that you've done and all the things you said, how are you not taking back some of the statement that you made? You know what I mean? Take them back. Don't double down. When you double down and triple down on these statements you've made with the monkeys and the bananas and you try to blame it on the media to say that's how you guys are taking it. No, it's not just them. It's a whole lot of people who are being triggered by what you're saying. And to put the onus on them to grow up and to understand that you're just playing and that you're just going to keep on playing and they need to grow up. Well, I guess so. But at the same time, why should they support you though? And if don't you want support? Don't you see the value in support? Don't you see that? Maybe you don't. Maybe you think because Turkey's paying you anyway that all you got to do is win. But I promise you, when you don't win, if that happens, and it very well may, we're going to see how all this media presence you've done has actually reflected in your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen.
Find out.
Yeah, Clay, I'm glad. I want to just say to the public, our group, right? I don't use the word racist unless I know there's signs of hate, right? I don't think Tio has hate. So when he says he's not a racist, I believe him because racism is a word of hating someone of indifference to color and values. He doesn't show that he hates. What he shows is he shows bigotry. He shows a prejudice. He shows, like he said, he's using stereotypes to create narratives for the people. He's using smoke and mirrors. He knows he's being edgy, and knowing that you're being like that creates a whole bunch of nonsense. And people are going to point to racism, right? They're going to point to these things, and they're going to point to being a certain criteria of words to use. But he is the most ignorant, keyword ignorant, bigot of and prejudice person I know in boxing today. I thought Paulie Malignaggi was bad. I thought Ryan was bad. Yo, this dude don't know his boundaries, bro. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? Whatever you do, man, I got you. But he is definitely a sight for sore eyes and what do you call it when you deaf? You know what I mean? I don't want to hear it type shit. Like I'm tone deaf to this dude, bro. I am. I can't. But I hear you, Antonio MMA. No, you got to know the differences, man. I don't think he shows sign of hatred, man. You got to define the word. You know what I mean? A lot of people use that word a lot, brother. It's cool though. I got you.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting watching him. And like I put up there, is he a legitimate case study for BPD, which is a borderline personality disorder? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I think he does, man. I think he has a need for attention that is insatiable. It's something that can't be fed. It can't be satisfied. I think he's getting drunk off of it. I think a lot of it has to do with the relationship with his ex-wife, and the freedom that he feels like he has now that he didn't have before. I think he's been addressed and confronted on these issues in the past, and now that he's got the divorce happening, he feels like he's going to double down and triple down into it. You're looking at somebody, I believe, who just wasn't schooled right. He has no maturity. He has no brother wasn't raised right. You know what I mean? This is him acting like this in public is a representation of a failure of his of the people who are responsible with giving him some character.
Right.
And I don't know if they understand or feel that way, but that's what it is. It represents your home in a way that is not favorable to your parents. It makes it look like you were raised in some reckless crib, and that should be important. And you may feel like it's not, and that doesn't remember, and who cares what you think and all that. That's cool, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? But the world has an understanding on you. The civilized world watches you, and they don't want to hear about you trying to sell a fight. They don't think it's worth it. They see a lot of fighters who are selling fights not doing that. And, you know, even with the whole entire validation and justification coming through, oh, back in the day it was like that, boxing has changed. Yeah, back in the day, people were getting lynched too. There was racism. People couldn't use the same bathroom. There's a lot of things that happened back in the day that doesn't happen today, bro. So what are you talking about? Yeah, back in the day, they did that in boxing because it was a racist society. They didn't do it just to sell a fight. They really felt that way. Now, unless you're willing to say that you really feel that way, you using it as something to sell a fight, it just shows how limited your thinking is, bro. It's sad. It's legitimately sad to see you operate that way and consider yourself an intelligent person. It's sad because I don't know why you can't think of something better to do with your time than that. I don't know. Then you bring up Jesus and you bring up we're all the same, and you bring up, I don't know. You're just all over the place. And it seems like you're drowning in your own mental health disorder. And although you're smiling when you're saying it, so it looks like you don't care, I think that hides the reality. That the reality is you're making a rope that eventually you're going to end up hanging from.
Yep. Agreed.
You know, but he's fighting against Arnold Barbosa. And Arnold Barbosa's been on a little bit of a run for himself, doing pretty well. His fights have gotten a little bit boring over the past couple of fights. He had a fight against him. What was his name?
Claggett?
No,
I'm sorry, not Claggett. My bad.
Pat McCrory? Was that his name?
Yeah. Well, he had before that he just fought dude in
he just fought Jack Catterall. Before that, he fought Jose Ramirez.
Ramirez, right? Yeah. Right. And then he fought that Irish dude.
That's what I'm saying. Was it Pat McCrory?
Might be, yeah, maybe.
Look it up, so I'm not giving out false information, so nobody ain't got to call me out for giving out false information.
Calling you out. Pause.
Yeah, for somebody call me out, you know what I'm saying? For giving out false information. But hold on a second here. Yeah, man. Okay, I see what you just sent me. But he had arguably lost that fight. I don't think it's an argument for me. I thought he straight up lost it. Sean McComb? See, I was all the way off. I was just thinking Irish. So Sean McComb, a fight that I thought he lost straight up, but he got a victory and then he walked off and fought against Jose Ramirez on that the Latin night for Riyadh, and he was able to get that victory. And then he was able to get this title eliminator fight with Jack Catterall in Jack Catterall's backyard, a road warrior, and he made it happen there. And now here he is to fight Teofimo. He's also been #1 mandatory and undefeated fighter who was a mandatory for Teofimo for probably like the last 2.5 years or so. He's been like 2.5 to 3 years. He's been the mandatory for Teofimo.
Right.
That I'm saying
he was the interim title. Because WBO has both an interim and a WBO regular. He wasn't a regular champion. He was an interim, and then he ended up getting the WBO with the title eliminator. Yes.
Right. And when he got signed to Golden Boy, he was already a mandatory for Teofimo. He was chasing Teofimo from that point.
Yep.
So now he gets his opportunity. And one thing he's shown is that he can box, right? He's not exciting as he used to be. I don't know if he ever really was. He has he had some knockouts, but really he's shown his patience and his poise and his ability to stay disciplined to the game plan. He's been working with his father for a real long time, since the beginning of his boxing career. And he seems very comfortable, and he seems like he's bought into the process of what his father is bringing to the table. I think this fighter stylistically can bring a lot of problems to a fighter like Tio, who always feels the need to perform in showboat and take chances. You know what I mean? I think somebody like an Arnold Barbosa can derail him. What do you think about that? You're lost. You're not there no more?
What was that?
What were you doing, bro? I asked you a question.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Repeat, because my wife was sending me something. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was basically saying that I think Arnold Barbosa has the intangibles. He's patient. He boxes. He stays behind his jab. He can be very frustrating for a fighter like Teofimo. He's kind of like Jermaine Ortiz to a degree, except he has pop. He has some pop on his punches. What do you think about the chances of him derailing somebody like Teofimo, beating him? Do you think that Teofimo just levels above him and just dominates? And also, does the power? I'm going to ask you something else after that, or I'll ask you now. You can answer it after you finish doing it.
Go ahead.
Has Teofimo's power translated at 140 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people. So I think a lot of people misunderstand that. Even though your power moves with you, the competition also is stronger. You know what I mean? They're more resistant to certain things. It's not so much of you just bringing up the power that you didn't have. He was still hurting guys. He was still hitting guys with flush shots and making even what's his dude name? Steve Claggett even felt it. You can see it. What's the name was very wary of his power. Jermaine Ortiz ran away from that power because he knew it was there. Sandor Martin felt that power. He got buckled a couple of times, so the power is there. It's just, did he utilize the power and capitalize on it? That's it. Because remember, Tio knocked people out by wearing them down. He never really knocked people out by just one shot. So even with Coleman, he wore Coleman down. He got a nice shot in there. You know what I mean? Jumping Superman punch and all that stuff. So it is what it is. But to your other question is, AB, does AB have a shot? Absolutely, he has a shot. I think Arnold Barbosa is one of the most talented boxers I've seen in a long time. He's a very patient fighter. And being patient is the kryptonite to Teofimo Lopez. Tio has to find a way to get around that range. He has to find a way to see if, and Barbosa's actually set up too for Tio's counters, believe it or not, because he moves forward. He's not a guy that's going to back down. So he's set up for him. So, but because Barbosa is very patient, does he fall into the fire for Tio? That becomes the question. I think he can outbox Tio. I think he can knock Tio out easily. The problem is, what version of Arnold Barbosa do we get? That's what it comes down to.
Right. I agree. I definitely agree, man. I think it's going to be a more competitive fight than what people might anticipate. I think Arnold Barbosa is a tried true fighter, and he's getting an opportunity on a big stage to do something great, and a great replacement for Tio too. If he was to beat Tio, see him fight in those fights against Ryan Garcia and and Devin Haney, or who knows, right? Even though I don't think he's willing to go up to 147 just yet. But, he could derail what Tio's trying to do with the big. Well, I don't know if he can really derail it, to be honest with you, because even if he loses this fight, he still goes up to 147 and gets those fights with Boots Ennis and all that. He has even more reason to go to 147 at that point, right? I mean, let's be honest. It is what it is. But yeah, man, those are the 3 fights headlining. I don't know if they're going to have an undercard, being that's going to be like only a limited amount of people there. I don't know how they plan on approaching it. I'm assuming there will be some sort of prelim to the main card as usual. But this right here, just precedent being set for the future of boxing, and this kind of goes back into the whole Tank Davis, WBA sanctioning body type of situation, and just saying the precedent being set for the future of boxing and how important, and what rides on the New York State Athletic Commission making the right decision and respecting the rules and respecting the actual integrity of the sport. You know what I mean? It is what it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and build on the topics, I'm very excited and interested in hearing what you guys think about what's going on in the boxing space right now, whether it's the Lamont Roach Tank Davis circus, whether it's this card coming up, whether it's in partnering up with TKO to make a new promotional company. I'm interested in all the conversations. You know what I'm saying? You guys let me know what you think. We got our brother up here, Fight Sports Talk. Good afternoon. How is the weather in New Zealand?
It's good. Thanks for having me on again, guys. It's always great to be here. And yeah, the weather's it's one of those days where the sky could not be clearer. The sun is out, but it's cold.
Right.
So yeah, that's good, and so much to talk about. Yeah, love it. But I see that you were pretty fired up, Clay, about Mr. Teofimo.
Yeah, I think it's unnecessary, a lot of stuff that he does, and I just don't understand the practicality of it at this point. You know what I mean? I don't understand how it helps him at this point, and I don't know how he sees it as help on this stage. But I mean, yeah,
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way about
Ryan. Why, but I'm not. Like I said, I'm not going to get into the reason why he does it.
Well, he does it for attention. I mean, I tuned into his interview with Marco. Did you guys see it? Him and his dad?
No. I've seen some parts of it, but no.
Yeah, well, I haven't watched the whole thing, but I tuned in just when Marco was asking him, look, did you send those bananas to Keyshawn Davis? And he said, no, I was just having fun. And then, you just do a face palm. And he even said out of his own mouth, no, we just do it for attention. We can't get these guys to fight us. And just like, oh, come on, are you serious? But hey, I feel the same way about Ryan Garcia. But these guys are who they are. It is what it is.
And what's crazy to that point, right, that you just said, he does it for attention, but yet the attention was brought to him multiple times for fights, and he refused these fights with these guys. But now all of a sudden you're sending disrespectful taunts to people, or allegedly sending, right, and just making these blatant statements based on characteristics on attention. Like, you're looking for the wrong attention. To the point of what you're saying is he's doing it for he doesn't know what he's doing. You know what he is? He's like the guy. I don't know if you've ever seen SpongeBob SquarePants, or as Clay calls him, Bob SquarePants Blows. I don't know what he called him.
Yeah, I don't know what his name is.
Yeah, he be calling him all types of stuff. But there was an episode I was watching with my son, right? And he ripped his pants, right? And the whole thing is he makes everybody laugh because he ripped his pants once, right? And he just kept doing it over and over and over. And every time he kept doing it, it ended up being to the point where everybody was like, yo, what are you doing? Why do you keep doing this? So he feels that if he keeps going down his line because he made the mistakes and crossed those lines, he feels that it'll be normalized by him continuing to do it. Like, oh, yeah, I meant to do this. I wasn't trying to be racial. I was just being funny. No, you were being racial initially, and now you're trying to take it to a whole different level of oh, I meant to do it. And that's where the problem lies. You know, like, enough is enough. You got to know when to cut your ties, and he doesn't.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And you know, the SpongeBob reference, it does. I don't have kids, so I haven't seen that since I was a kid, but it does actually ring a bell in my mind. And yeah, I mean, I've, not to get too deep here, but I do have a slight feeling that that Tio could be heading down the path of Tyson Fury, because I mean, talking about somebody who does stuff for attention, Tyson Fury is the worst. And as somebody who followed his career since he was a British champion, when he went off the rails, and I've given my thoughts on this whole depression thing, which, you know, I'll be breaking that down on my channel when he finally does retire. I think some of it was embellished, some of it was real, but he's such an emotional guy, you could see it coming. And it's kind of similar with Adrian Broner when he ended up with losing his teeth and getting knocked out in a fight he should have never been in the ring for. It's like, well, no one was really surprised by this. So yeah, I hope Tio doesn't go down that road. I find, again, I am white. I find the racist jokes to be insane. But I felt, well, I don't want to get into this because it goes into uncomfortable territory. But you know, Mayweather and Wilder have said things which, you know, could have been interpreted in a certain way. I didn't take it a certain way because, again, I am white. I just thought, could you just not say that?
You know, I agree. It's something that when you talk about American boxing specifically, when you talk about American culture, there's a lot of foundational racial issues in this country that we know. Every country has it, right? But I think America is just, I always ask anybody who's not from this country, just comparing their own country to what they see just being normalized over here. Isn't there a distinct difference with how extreme the racism is here as far as?
Oh, sorry.
No,
sorry,
go ahead. You can answer that. You can speak to it. Yeah.
Well, again, I'm from New Zealand, where we have the Maori tribes, and there's also countries that have remained separate. That is very close to New Zealand, and Samoa and Tonga. You guys would have heard of those. And yeah, there's everything that happened in the past. It's in the past. So there's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of negative history there. The only people who were actually cleansed completely was a tribe that was colonized and, again, taken out completely by the Maori tribe. But thankfully, none of this is actually brought up anymore. Like, no fighter is stupid enough, thankfully, to mention this. Israel Adesanya, I don't respect him as a person because he's made comments about this kind of stuff. But again, not that I say he's racist, but it's just like you're saying, Clay. It's the same kind of thing. There's a lot of negative history, and if you dive into that and you start using that for promotion, it's just ridiculous. And just to clarify what I said, I don't think Mayweather and Wilder meant anything bad. Like, I'll just use a recent example and I've got mixed feelings. I've always had mixed feelings on the Haney's. I still get called people think that I work for the LDBC because I say positive things about Devin Haney. But when he said, I would never lose to a white boy, and his dad said, we're going to stomp on white Jesus, referring to Lomachenko. Of course, that's not racist, but it's stupid. Like I just said, keep your mouth shut. And same thing that you guys are saying about Teofimo. And yeah, it's not. We all say dumb things when we're in our 20s, so I'm not begrudging Haney for that. I just felt if you're going to claim that people are against you, don't say stupid things like that. But hey, we all say stupid things. The problem with Teofimo is that he leans into it when he doesn't need to. It's like talking about a guy I think Teofimo is the most promising guy out of this generation. He's exciting. He can rise to the challenge, as we saw with Loma, as we saw with Josh Taylor, when a lot of people wrote him off. He's exciting. He's talented. So he is the most frustrating when it comes to leaning into something he just doesn't need to.
Right. I agree. Salute to D Block in the building, Boxing Hacker in the building. How you guys doing today?
Salute, guys.
How you doing, D Block?
Can you hear me?
Cool.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, we're great.
No doubt, man. Yeah, so we got different topics on the table, obviously. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what anybody want to talk about. For me, I'll be real with you. I'm loving the Turkey Al Sheik partnership deal, the multi-year deal that he got going on with TKO. I thought that was interesting. I'd love to get your guys' opinion on what he's trying to put together, what he's rolling out with Dana White and all that. I'm sure there's some mixed feelings in there, but I'm interested in that. And obviously, we can also tap in to what's going on with Lamont Roach and Tank and the WBA at this point. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? However you guys feel like tapping in, I'm willing. Let's do it.
Cool. Hey, so I just want to tap in on the whole Teofimo situation, right? Okay. So I might be a little bit different because, one thing about me, I'm a fan of David Chappelle, and I guess like I feel sort of, unless it's like very direct racism, like sort of like what Ryan Garcia did, where he was talking about like George Floyd and like blatantly saying the N-word against African Americans, or Black people. For Tio, it doesn't really affect me. I have to be honest. I feel like he's trolling to be honest, like the whole banana, saying monkeys and bananas. I mean, for me, it doesn't really strike a chord, especially in boxing. If you think back, I remember it was Ali called Frazier like a ugly black gorilla or some shit, And of course you'll say, well, Ali's black, so he didn't mean nothing by it, right? But you can also, if you really want to be, picky about it, you can also say that Ali was being like a colorist at that time, So it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't, the way people are taking it, I don't take it, I guess, the same way.
I think the difference, Boxing Hacker, is that Tio's purposely trying to trigger feelings from a race of people. Ali
but if you're a troll,
he wasn't trying to trigger racism. He was just trying to compare Frazier to a big black gorilla, like literally, right? Like he wasn't saying it because you're black. I'm saying that. I'm saying it because I'm comparing you to a black gorilla. You know what I mean?
But I will say this: they also tried to do the same thing against Bill Haney. They were saying that Bill Haney called Tank a gorilla, even though Tank's icon is the big ape. So I don't know why people even think that, but
exactly.
But people try, if you try to be picky about things, you sort of can say, well, there's this history where back in the day, African Americans called this.
I think intention makes a difference, right? The point behind it. What's the point behind it? You know what I mean?
And
with
that's
Muhammad
what I'm
Ali,
saying.
He's saying it with a purpose directly to Frazier. He's not trying to talk about black people and address a race. If anything, Muhammad Ali's history, why he wouldn't do that, right? He's not going to sit there and call his own people monkeys, but he's calling Frazier a big black gorilla off the strength of the literal gorilla, right?
But here's the problem, though, Clay. Here's the problem. I think that's Tio's spin, though, right? You can't prove his intention, and that's what he's been trying to say. You can't really prove his intention, right? Because him saying he was like, well, a banana just potassium, we imply his potential, his intentions based on what he's doing, but we really can't prove it. You see what I'm saying? And that's
not about proving
that's his spin.
It's not about proving it. It's about whether it's we're not buying it, right? Nobody's buying it. Those people are not sitting here buying. At the end of the day, you have a choice to make when you hear Bill Haney or you hear Muhammad Ali say, you got to have a point in your mind where you go, why did he say that? And if it either makes sense or it doesn't make sense, just because we can't prove it doesn't mean the consensus isn't what the consensus is. And it's to a point now where he realizes what the consensus is, right? He knows what the consensus is because here he is being confronted on a stage about what the consensus is being taken like, and he's still doubling down on it with the understanding that the consensus is he's doing this, right? If Muhammad Ali or Bill Haney were being confronted on what they said, you saw Bill Haney get confronted on it and then he stopped, right? He was like, he's not going to continue to push it. He was just going at Tank based off of Tank's nickname being the ape and all this stuff, and he kind of went in that direction with it. People try to flip it. He just pulled off of it. He pulled the break. He didn't apologize for it and make a public statement saying that's not what he meant, but he pulled back off of it because he acknowledged the consensus isn't what he wanted to represent. What he was saying.
Yeah.
But Tio, he's being confronted daily, like, bro, why are you doing these things? It's racist, this and that. And he's doubling and tripling down. It's just a big difference. You know what I'm saying? In the way.
I get it. I get like the effect on that. Like how people may feel about just me in particular. Like I said, I'm used to like comedy, like Dave Chappelle. I don't know how many people listen to Dave Chappelle stand up. Like he is very controversial. He'll say things that are off the wall, like and are like a lot of times you can say like are politically incorrect or correct.
Right.
You know, depending on how you look at it. But
real quick, he's not Dave Chappelle. And again, I told you he's habitual line stepping, and he knows what direction he's going. He's not. He's crossing the line. He knows he's doing it, and he's doing it to the point where he's being a bigot. He's being a prejudiced person and using these tones to set a narrative for the people, whether it be racism or just hatred, and in general,
or selling a fight, whatever it is he's using for.
Whatever
he's making a fight,
he's using it, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Like I said, if it's, I know it's triggering for a lot of people. For me in particular, it's not. It's not necessarily
triggering. I think it is triggering for a lot of people, but
I think it's triggering for a lot of people. Yeah,
I think it is, but it's not about that. It's about he's doing it to do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's beyond how people feel. It's about the purpose. Like I used to say, if calling me a tomato head, you call me a tomato head right now, right? I'm not. I don't care. But if I go to a country where tomato head is the most derogatory thing you could say to a person of color, I'm going to feel some kind of way about you saying it when I go to that country. You know what I'm saying? Because I know why you're saying it. I understand the purpose. You're trying to really find the deepest way to hurt me, and you just don't know it. It don't mean nothing to me because where I'm from, tomato head doesn't hold no weight. But I know, knowing that the intention behind why you're saying it when I'm in your country is that it holds that weight still. It still carries over and translates into racism, even though here a tomato head does not mean anything to do with my race. But if in your country a tomato head is what you call black people, you call them tomato heads, and you call me a tomato head to my face, I'm in a bar somewhere, I'm going to treat it like I'm in your country. I'm not going to treat it like I'm in my country. We're going to deal with racism now. Our energy, our experience is about to be the experience of some white dude calling me out a whole nigga to my face here. I'm going to deal with you like that over there for calling me a tomato head because I know what it means over there. You know what I'm saying? So the intention behind what he's doing is it has no good purpose behind it. It's based on you triggering a whole race of people and then trying to what's the word I'm looking for? To not dismiss, but to play with our intelligence and say that it's all in our head, that you're not doing that. You're doing something else. It's insulting. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to stay on the topic forever, bro. We can keep it moving and talk about other things. I think it's just running in circles. At the end of the day, Teofimo can do what he wants to do. It's America. He's free. He's
a wild boy, man.
He's just going to have to deal with it.
I'll be real. Like the Fatal Fury press conference, I thought the energy that him and Ryan were displaying was pretty lit. I mean, Devin was a little bit quiet. Roelly was a little bit. I mean, Roelly was just Roelly, but a little bit corny. But him and Ryan getting triggered by each other was pretty funny to me. I feel like they should have like a racism, like the king of racism boxing match type shit. You know,
I don't think Ryan would ride with it. I think Ryan's somewhere else with it now. Salute.
I don't know.
Let D Block tap in for a second, real quick.
Yo, brother.
Dancing. That usually means like he's trying to keep himself entertained. D Block, what's good, brother?
Hell yeah, baby. You already know. It's never D Block, D Town, DC, D-Ville. Coming at you live from the greatest city of all time. You know, what did we say last week? You know, what did we say? If Lamont Roach comes with something, the whole world's going to be upside down. What I love about this, my people, is that we do know that Lamont Roach won that fight. Why do we know that? Because that knockdown gets approved, which, like you said, Clay, they heard you. They heard you, Clay.
I hope they did.
Like they didn't hear you. The president came out on a tweet, said, don't worry about whatever the writers said. Don't worry about what homeboy said. Worry about what I said. What I said was, when he took that knee, that in 30 years of my life being here, that is a knockdown. That tells you they're about to overturn that O and make it a 1 loss for Mr. Tank Davis. What I love about this is this. You know, I call him on Roach now. You can go on my tweet. I call him El Santo Rochi. Santito. Bendiciones, Santo. I bless you, Santo Roach. You are the man. You believed in yourself. Something that a lot of people, even D-Block, that I am a Tank Davis hater, did not believe in you. But guess what? You won me over. Whatever you do for the rest of your life, I got to say, this is the first man. It happens in boxing. I told you this, guys. No matter who you are, the hardest puncher in the world better be just literally lost, the knockout artist. Tank Davis lost, a knockout artist. Mike Tyson has lost, a knockout artist. Plenty of knockout artists. Sonny Liston, the plethora of more and more and more. Even Triple G. You will get exposed by somebody that could take that punch, that could take that granite punch and be in front of you. Did you see what Roach Jr. did? Right in his face.
He did. We spoke about it though, right, D? We said that was the reason why I thought he wasn't gonna make it, because I said he stands in front of fighters too much, and him standing in front of Tank was the reason why I didn't think he had a chance. But look, bro. First of all, not to cut you off, but we gotta take a moment to celebrate and eat our crow and say, Lamont Roach, we were wrong, bro. Way to go and shut us up on what we thought. Way to go. That's the way you do it. You want to shut us up? That's how you do it, brother.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Amen.
We humbly bow and respect what we didn't know we know today. Salute to you. Go ahead, D-Block.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to speak the truth. Right. And a lot of people like Tank Davis fans, I'm going to tell you, on Twitter, they were getting burned. What Tank said, he never wanted to be a meme. And I said, guess what? You're a meme. See, when you talk a lot of shit about other boxers, when you say that they're lame and they bring nothing to the game, and that's why you don't want to take those on, you literally took on Lamont Roach, a pro box fighter. Back then, I could think of it differently, but now I think of it differently now again, because I don't see you as Lamont Roach, a pro box fighter for free, that you were charging me $85. You know what happened? What transpired Saturday nights? Lamont Roach gave credibility to pro box. Big time.
Oh,
let's go, baby.
Oh, talk to him, D-Block. Talk to him. Hold up. I'm gonna make space. Let me shut up and let you cook. Let me let you cook, bro. Oh, that was I didn't expect that one. That was a good one. Talk to him, D.
Yeah, Adrian, bro.
Literally, you made PBC sink even more, and you brought up YouTube's version of greatness, Pro Box TV, Polly, and all of y'all to give you a red carpet, interview you right there on Pro Box TV and say, thank you for getting us the credibility that we need now. You have brought us somewhere that nobody thought we were gonna go. Nothing but shout out to Pro Box TV. You are the platform for the people, by the people. And guess what? You free. Fans!
There you go. Go ahead, man.
Damn. Hey, D-Block, it's early morning here, so I'm having my coffee. That may have just meant that I can have one less because you just fired me up. And guys, I was on your show after the fight, so I guess the only thing really I can say about that whole event is that I may not have said already is I'll be very surprised if this, and I've said this on other shows, if this is overturned to a DQ win for Lamont Roach. It should be, because Tank Davis committed and his coach committed fouls, but because the sport has no integrity, I just don't think they're going to do it. I mean, Tank Davis was a money fighter, and they didn't overturn Pacquiao Bradley. They didn't even though that they had however many judges review it, and every single one scored it for Pacquiao. They didn't do it for Holyfield Lewis 1. So what I've heard from Boxing Insiders, and I'm trying to get one on my show, is that because a foul was committed multiple fouls were committed in the 9th round with not just that knee, but Tank leaning out of the ring, which is illegal, and his coach wiping his face during the round, which is illegal, and the referee stopping a count, which is also illegal, this could get overturned to a no contest. And a lot of people don't like when I say that. Yeah, a lot of them say, they point out that a no contest won't look very good, and I agree. But again, the sport has no integrity, so it's very unlikely they'll overturn this to a DQ win, even though they should. Because as far as the referee stopping a count, the commission says all the time, because knockdowns are missed all the time in the sport, and the commission says every single time, well, it's down to a referee's discretion. And even though the referees get it wrong, they just say, well, it's, referee's discretion, what can we do here? So it is what it is. I think, they just need to do the rematch, and we'll see if this was a bad performance from Tank. I've asked this question, if this was a sign that he actually does want to retire from the sport. We'll see. But yeah, there's nothing really more you can say about this. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of people who, believe that Tank won, and, hey, shout outs to them. I don't think you can score that fight for him, but hey.
Can I ask the panel something? And I'm going to give Coach Eddie an opportunity to tap into, but a question that, for everybody. Don't you guys believe that Lamont Roach getting that win and having that WBA championship offers him leverage at the negotiation table at the rematch that he does not have unless he has that belt, right?
Yep.
Like, if he's not a champion and he doesn't have that win over Tank, it hurts his bottom line, his money. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's significant enough to where that should be taken into consideration as to whether or not you give him that win or not. If he's really earned that win, if there was legitimately a mistake made, and we're going to acknowledge that taking that knee was a difference maker in a fight that ended up in a majority draw, that it made the difference as to whether or not he became a champion or not, isn't it kind of dismissive to walk away from it and make it okay to just call it a no contest in a fight he fought 12 hard rounds to win, and you're pretty much acknowledging he win? Isn't that dismissive, number one, of his achievement, and number two, cutting his legs under him as far as his leverage that he has at the negotiation table? Doesn't that affect his bottom line in a way that's significant enough to take into consideration?
So
it certainly is.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Hacker. Yeah, I'll just give my 2 cents. It certainly does. It is unfortunate, but unfortunately, this is a sport where, I'm just going to quote Teddy Atlas. The only thing noble about the sport are the guys who compete in it. So it's everything you said, Clay, and more. But this is a sport where, again, officials make bad calls, not just bad calls, but wrong calls all the time. Judges give out 10-8 rounds that decide entire fights that shouldn't happen. I mean, Josh Taylor keeps his belts against Jack Catterall the first time, and nothing happens. Pacquiao Bradley. So it's everything you said. Unfortunately, the commissions always have this. Sorry, just final thing. The reason why it will only be, again, maybe I'll be wrong, and I will be the happiest wrong person in the world if it gets overturned to a DQ win. But the reason I don't think it will is because the commissions, they always have the same cop-out excuse. Well, it's down to the referee's discretion. It is what it is. We can't overturn what they do. They're trained professionals. I mean, last thing, the sporting officials are the only ones who aren't held accountable for their mistakes. Like, we get held accountable as everyday people all the time when we don't do our jobs properly, and they don't. It's wrong. It's horrible. It's disingenuous, but it's boxing.
Ray, let Coach Eddie tap in. Wait, let Coach Eddie tap in because he's been in here, and then I think Ray has something to say. Then honestly, Ray, you can also take it from here as far as managing the room a little bit. But Coach Eddie, go ahead, tap in.
Yes, sir. Salute Clay, salute Ray, salute Brother D Brock, Boxing Hacker, Fight Sports, man. Listen, that you guys cook, man. Hey, that was a good point D Block brought up, man. I never thought about it like that. If you remember the Contender back in the day, Sergio Moore came off of that Contender. He was able to beat my man Shane Mosley and Vernon Forrest, which was a feat, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. Also, K9 Bundridge came off of that show and became world champion also. So that kind of, when he said that kind of triggered a memory right there. But at the same time, as far as the the knee. Let's talk about the knee just for a second. I know that seemed to be the subject. It's kind of like that song Shaggy. It wasn't me. It was, that's what Tank is saying. It wasn't everybody seen you take a knee, bro. It wasn't me. We got you on camera. It was the knee. I mean, think about everything. It was the knee. I've been watching boxing my entire life. I believe this is the first time this has ever happened in boxing history, where somebody has taken a voluntary knee and then not been called a knockdown. I want everybody to go to the mental Rolodex and see if you can think of a fight this has ever happened. Now, we seen missed knockdown. We seen that. That happens all the time. We seen bad scorecards. We seen, fouls not getting called back, people getting hit in the back of the head, low blows, whatever, etc. This is the absolute first time I would say I've never seen anybody take a voluntary knee and not get called a knockdown.
Yep.
So now, if they don't rectify this, fighters are going to start doing this crap. I mean, I heard you talking about that earlier, Clay and Ray. Y'all was talking about this earlier. If they don't say, look, they have to nip this in the bud right now, because if they don't, they're going to create a situation where people are going to do this, and then it's going to be about whataboutism. Well, what about he did it, so why are you penalizing me for it? So they have to do the right thing at the end of the day. They have to overturn this. It is what it is. I mean,
yep.
In my opinion, the integrity of the sport, right? Like, it's beyond Tank, and I think people like making this all about Tank is what makes this like so conflicting for people in their spirit as far as dealing with it, right? As far as dealing with the reality of what it actually is, the whole Tank element makes it very conflicting for people, because people are having a hard time separating their love for Tank and their support from Tank from their love and support of boxing, and looking at the bigger picture of the sport itself that will be here well after Tank, and that's been here well before him. They're having a hard time separating it, because they feel like if they hold it true that the knee was a knockdown, then in turn that hurts Tank, and they feel like they're not being loyal fans by hurting Tank, even if it's by a side effect of something that's not about him.
Yeah, but Clay, you remember the great Roy Jones when he hit Montel Griffin, when Montel Griffin was on the ground and they disqualified Roy. And that was when Roy was Roy. You think Roy was a huge star at that particular time.
I was the biggest fan of Roy at that time, but I couldn't argue. I couldn't argue the stoppage. I couldn't.
And they put it aside. Say, look, Roy, we love you, man. You a phenom, but we gonna DQ you, brother. And they put that loss on this record. It is what it is, brother.
Let me just tell you what this is all about.
Shout out to Spades for the 1999 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you. Listen, this is no different than Tank is the Ric Flair of boxing, bro. He's able to bend and bound the rules and had the fan base to follow him and support him. This is crazy, ludicrous, and beyond normality. I agree with Coach. I believe everything he said. I spoke on it earlier, man. Yo, they have to set a tone. The tone has to be set, so the bar has to be set so high that no one's willing to try, attempt, or willing or thinking about doing this. Like they have to they have to punish maybe the coach as well. I mean, whether it be fines or whatever, keeping them away from the ring for a while. They have to, or boxing in general. I don't know, maybe a suspension. They have to punish the fighter for sticking his head out the ring and jeopardizing his safety and the other fighter's safety, because we don't know what could have been thrown on his face to cause some type of retaliation to stop the other fighter, right? And they have to set a tone for the fact that you took a voluntary knee, and knowing that you took this knee, you that means that I'm taking a break from action. Stop the fight. I'm taking a break. Then you darted up, like Coach said yesterday, when you realize you made that mistake and ran out the ring to create some other confusion. So it's a lot of things to take in consideration. And I think everybody here is on agreement that this is definitely not boxing. And this is what it's about, is boxing handling its business. And that includes New York State Athletic Commission. That includes the freaking WBA, and it includes whoever the referee association is. And that makes a big deal. Even the PBC should get involved and make some type of deal, because apparently their equipment didn't work. So there's a big fall up of people that need to get involved and rectify this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, we all
say something.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I got a quick question for you guys. Y'all remember the Fan Man, right?
Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
No,
not that. Holyfield and
Holyfield both
Let It
too.
Go, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, so when the Fan Man came in the ring, they called the time and what 20, 25 minutes, something like that, went by before they even started that match.
Right. It was a minute. I'll say about half an hour or so, yeah.
Steve Willis. I know I'm playing Monday morning quarterback, but Steve Willis should have called a timeout, and I would have put all the onus on the commission to get the goddamn tape back up, run no matter how long it took,
right,
to get it back going. And that way I'm out of the equation now. You guys make the call right here on the spot. That way we can go and clean this mess up while we here, instead of trying to do it, the following week. Because the decision should have been made right then and there that was ruled a knockdown, and then let's let the fight continue.
Yeah, I think it's significant also that he clearly recognized the situation for what it was immediately. He understood what it was. He handled it. His first instinct was to handle it right. But he made a conscious choice at some point during the process of speaking to Gervonta, or I don't know when it happened, that in his mind it settled that I'm not going to go with what I know I'm supposed to do. And I think that's diabolical. I think that's where it becomes interesting. Like, I would like to know at what point and what was it that changed your mind, because your mind got changed. You reacted to it accordingly in the beginning, and something in your brain said, I'm going to go in a different direction. I want to know what that something was. You know what I mean? What was that something that you're using as an argument to be like, well, what it was, and you fill in the blank for us, Steve. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Breaking news, and more fucking breaking news. Turkey Al-Sheikh with Dana White have come out on the McAfee show stating that the first major event they're going to have together is Canelo versus Crawford. They're going to stage that event, and it looks like it's going to be in Las Vegas. It's going to be the first time they are going to be together, and this is this is how they're going to roll out their red carpet. Something that is great for boxing. We need it, and all these haters keep on hating. You got to understand, these are boss moves that they're making right now.
Damn.
You got to fucking love it. Gotta love it.
This is Dragon Ball Turkey, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's Dragon Ball Turkey, making shit happen every single day.
Yeah, man, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, listen, man, the moves are getting made. People can, and for me, the biggest thing about it is people have been trying since the beginning of this man's entry into this space to discredit, to turn his passion for the sport into some temporary little I'm playing with my toys type of situation, right? They always try to dismiss it like, he ain't here for the long run. You guys giving him all that, he probably gonna be gone, and he just keeps digging deeper and deeper into the sport. He just keeps on, you know what I'm saying? He just keeps on cementing himself, building a foundation. Now he's dug up the land. He's laid down the foundation in the land. Now he's building the house on the land. And people are just having a hard time accepting the fact that I'm moving into this neighborhood. I'm going to be living here. You are going to have to deal with me. You thought I came in because when I first came in here, I hit the Airbnb up. Cool. I stayed at the Airbnb, right? I still live somewhere else. But then I went ahead and I paid rent somewhere. And I said, I'm going to live here for a minute. I like it. I'm going to pay rent. You didn't believe that. Then I went, I bought some land. And you say, anybody could buy some land. You ain't doing nothing with the land. Then all of a sudden you started seeing the construction company come around and start digging the land up. And you were like, I mean, I'm kind of nervous, but still, that don't mean nothing. Then you saw the foundation getting laid. Now we're looking at a home. We're looking at the infrastructure of a home that he's building in this space. And it's getting more and more ridiculous to see you guys push back at the idea that he's here for the long run. He's doubling down and putting his money where his mouth is. What do you have to say now?
Couldn't agree more. And I just want to say, because I remember his first interview with Adeola Depot, who does do a great job, by the way. He's excellent at his job over at DAZN. And when Turkey did his first interview with him, there were two things that really stood out. He was asked about getting Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren to work together. and he talked about how you want to go ahead, Clay?
No, I was talking. Wasn't I muted? I hope I was muted because I wasn't.
Oh
talking
yeah, you were muted.
But,
okay.
Okay. I was scared. I'm like, damn, did y'all hear that? Because I wasn't. Go ahead, my bad.
No, you were muted. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to say something here, but he talked about how he talked about how it was important for him to get them both to work together. And I thought, okay, guy who can get two rival promoters who have long history, because for those who don't know, Frank Warren, he didn't run Eddie Hearn's dad out of business, but he basically made it impossible for his dad to have success in boxing. So for him to speak the importance of getting them to work together really stood out to me. The second was when he asked him who his favorite fighter was, because Ade went and rattled off all of the big names. He went Ali, he went Mike Tyson, Mayweather, Pacquiao, etc., etc. And he kept saying no. And then he said, I got two favorites, Larry Holmes and Roberto Duran. Now, Duran's one of my top 5 favorites in the sport, period. But what that showed me was that he's not just going to mention the biggest names when it comes to his favorite fighters. He actually knows the sport because he's going deeper than just the biggest names. So that just stood out for me from very early on, that he is a boxing fan, and yeah, he's got much love for the sport. We don't know what's going to happen, but right now it couldn't be better, in my opinion.
That's on that. And for all the people that were saying, "Oh, he's taking it to Saudi," well, he has 2 cards in the U.S. Where's that whole he's taking all the boxing to Saudi? You know. Shouts out to Dragon Ball Turkey, bro. I don't know why people were so against him to begin with. You know, I thought the brother was doing big things. You know, but just to piggyback on your statement, the question you asked, or Clay, about shouldn't they take into consideration what Lamont Roach has to gain from the situation?
Right. His loss versus gain, exactly.
Yeah. I don't. He had a lot to gain, or lose, depending on how you look at it. But like, I don't think so. I don't think they can use it as a factor to add importance to the matter. Right? It's more or less a question of if they can, I guess, prove that something happened that was outside of the referee's discretion. You know, for instance, if they can say, well, he made this call, and this call was clearly, you know, like this happened, so this should have happened. You know, and I think that's what the real question is. You can't really base it on what somebody has to lose the game, because also Tank has a lot to lose and gain from the situation as well. You know, and that's what crosses each other out at that point. You know, as far as, and I've been saying all along, I think it's just blatant cheating. You know, I've said before, like, I don't think it was a conspiracy. I don't think it was a conspiracy theory. I don't think it's controversial. I just think it was cheating. He started counting, he stopped counting, and then Tank walked over to his coach to wipe out his face. That was, I don't know what the hell that was. You know, whether they
blatant cheating.
It was blatant cheating. Yeah, I think it was blatant cheating. It was not. There's no controversy about it, and it differs. Then, like, I hear people comparing it to like bad calls, right? Like for instance, I said Daniel Dubois and Usyk. You know, you can sort of chuck that up and be like, well, you know, perspective might be different. Maybe the ref didn't see it that way, or even the example you gave, Fight Sports, about Pacquiao and Bradley. You know, yeah, many judges came out and scored it for Bradley, but that doesn't for Pacquiao. But that doesn't change the fact that the 3 judges that were at ringside had their own perspective. You know,
exactly.
Just because other judges came out and said something different.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Boxing Hacker, but you just said it correctly. All the judges who reviewed the fight after the controversy scored it for Pacquiao, but what did the commission say? The commission said, well, it's the official's discretion of who is judging the fight at the time. So they went with the 2 judges who scored it for Pacquiao on the night. So yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
But those are all like perspective things, right? But here we have something that may be outside of the realm of perspective, right? We saw something happen. We blatantly saw Tank Davis turn around and take a knee, you know, and we blatantly saw a count happen, and a count stopped midway with Tank explaining what happened and then going to wipe his face off. We blatantly saw those things occur, you know. And even if the ref was gonna say, okay, that wasn't a knee, then what was it? You know, the question of what was it is important. Like, are you calling it a slip? What just happened? You know, in this span of time, what just happened, and was it legal? You know, what just happened that he had to go to the? So those questions are gonna come up. Of course, now, logically speaking, it should be like a DQ, or it should be probably overturned to like Lamont Roach. You know, and I always hear the argument of like, well, maybe Tank would have fought harder if he knew. But at the end of the day, in boxing, you're supposed to fight hard every round. So that could also be like, well, you should fight harder regardless, you know? So, that's what should happen, but it's going to be hard because at the end of the day, you also have to consider the fact that a lot of betting was happening that time, right? If you reverse that decision, that means a lot of people can sue. You know, I'll be like, hey, I won. I bet $100 on Lamont Roach. You owe me $1,000.
Let me ask you this though, right? If they acknowledge the knee being a knockdown, right? But they won't change the results, right? They don't want to change the results of the fight, but they're going to acknowledge the knockdown. Doesn't that still make grounds for some sort of lawsuits, being that now the people who lost could be like, hold up, bro. If he was knocked down, that changes the scorecard. Just now you guys aren't changing the result. Doesn't that still give the ground? So are you saying they won't even
if they acknowledge the knee, they have to acknowledge, if they acknowledge the knockdown, they have to acknowledge that round because that round was given to the Tank. So they have to acknowledge at least a 10-8, at least a 10, or 10-8, 10-9, or 9-9, but I think probably a 10-8 because it wasn't like a clear Tank wash round, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if they acknowledge it as a knockdown, they probably have to overturn the scorecard. If they don't, that's a lawsuit.
So
yeah,
you
that's
feel like they
that's
might not acknowledge a knockdown? Like they might actually be like, we're gonna say it wasn't a knockdown?
If they say it's a knockdown, they have to overturn it. You know, and the argument of like, oh, he might have fought harder if he knew. Like I said before, it's the same thing with why we don't have open scoring because they want you to fight hard every round. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
So the argument was that, and I think maybe Fight Sport was saying it, I'm not too sure, but that they may acknowledge the knockdown, but they may not turn it over into a win. They'll make it a no contest, right?
And the reason I feel that way, Clay, and guys, please correct me if you think otherwise, because again, I'm just talking about my experience following this garbage sport that makes garbage calls all the time. The entire concept of what we're talking about, yes or no, was there a knockdown? Yes, there was, because Steve Willis started counting. He gets to 4. Tank Davis suddenly gets up, goes to the corner of the ring, and Steve Willis is like, well, I don't know what's going on here, and he stops counting. Yes, that was a knockdown that should have been counted, and he did count it and he stopped. That would have overturned the result. But the overall concept of that isn't, in my opinion, much different than Adelaide Bird scoring 10 rounds for Canelo in the first Golovkin fight, where he blatantly lost. But even if you want to say there's just, we don't need. My point is, maybe a better call, Eugene Williams scoring 7 rounds for Evander Holyfield in the first Lennox Lewis fight. I mean, et cetera. We could go on.
Exactly.
So the reason I'm bringing these up is because I don't think the concept of a referee starting a count and then finishing, as egregious and terrible as it is, and my heart breaks for Lamont Roach, I don't think that's much different than a judge just blatantly giving a scorecard that you have to give the viewer blind.
So no, there's a fundamental difference though, right? So if I judge a round, it's subjective, right? Even if I believe Canelo, the whole world can think Canelo won a round, and I could think he lost, and you guys can't say that cheated because it's a subjective thing. At the end of the day, it's my discretion. Right? You see how that works? Right. But so it's about objectivity, right?
Facts.
So that's what we look at as objectivity. we can't look at subjectivity, right? We objectively saw something happen. You know, where you objectively saw a person take a knee voluntarily.
Mhm.
Not like he got pulled down to a knee, not like he fell to a knee. He voluntarily took a knee. We objectively saw a referee start counting.
Right.
You understand? We objectively saw a fighter turn around, talk to the ref stopped counting.
Right.
We objectively saw the fighter walk to the corner of the ring, and his second in command coach came up and gave him a towel. These are all it's objective, so there's no subjectivity there. And now the question is, what happened? What is this experience that we're experiencing?
Right.
So,
You know, is it illegal? And of course, if you can validate it for some kind of legal thing that happens in boxing, it's going to be considered illegal. Now, I don't think they can't do a no contest because there's rules under no contest, right? But I do think they'll be hesitant to make such a change because of like the betting and money transactions are what really rules, you know. If they overturn it, like and I bet for somebody, like let's say I bet for Lamont, and I ain't made no money off it, but hey, he got the win. I can technically sue. Because I know you're not gonna voluntarily give me the money. I can technically sue.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, who won the fight?
Let's pass this topic on to the rest of the panel as well. Oh man, I gotta go ahead and get my can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I gotta drop though, guys. Good cook, everybody. I'm about to drop it. I'm about to drop y'all.
Okay, cool. I want to hear what the rest of the panel thinks. I want to hear what D Block and Coach Eddie has to say to, and Ray, obviously, you know what I'm saying, on the topic.
Well, what I want to ask is to Boxing Hacker's point, which is a great point, and into Fight Sports Talk. You guys both have great points. Now, where I see the differences in what you're saying is, let's say they can't rule the no contest due to the fact of the knockdown, right? Whatever the case may be. You mentioned earlier, Boxing Hacker, that it could be it could swing in favor because the round was close and it was Tank's round, right? So let's say it is Tank's round. So if it's Tank's round, then that makes it a 9-8 round. So then it's still a draw at this point, right? To most people. But here's where the difference, it would be a draw. And because they gave him hold on a second. I'll explain that to you in a second, D-Block. Because Tank won on that card, right? The one card that he won would have been the significant. Then you take the other point of value. Tank went out the ring. Those are rules that are not supposed to happen. Those are where the infractions happen. So let's forget about the knee for a second. Let's focus on the other part of it, which they cannot decline anything being overturned or not part of the conversation that can make it no contest. So now you take that into consideration and say, okay, well, that was illegal. That's a DQ. Now, are we going to punish them by disqualification? Because you have multiple options. We're going to punish them by taking points away. Are we going to punish them by other things? Doing any of those 2 or 3 things can actually change the criteria. So now let's just say you take a knee away from the point away for the knee. You take or 2 points, whatever the case may be, because it's not WBA, by the way. It's not a automatic 10-8 round. I'm sorry, WBC. This is the WBA. So the other point of action we have is we take a point away for him sticking his head out the ring, and we take a point away from his coach touching him. Now we're in a real bad scenario where there's multiple points being deducted. Now you can forcefully say, okay, now we can make this a real strong point to say, because of all the infractions that happened in this few 20 seconds of a round, we are going to move the whole criteria to give this an overturn, and we're going to give them the victory. Now they have to set the tone for this fight. It has to be set. And Roscott, I was not saying that, by the way. We'll get to that in a minute. But anyway, I'll talk to you in the chat. Yes, there is really reasonable reasons. There's great reasons. I mean, I almost said suspicion. There's great reason to say that this can go the other way due to the fact that there were too many things that didn't take accountability of, and they can move that all into one basket, even if they rule out the knockdown. I don't have my point.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if Coach Eddie or D Block, you want to tap in, or Coach Eddie?
Yeah. This will be the last thing I got to do because I got to pick up my kids. And I really appreciate you for letting me in, by the way.
Always, man. You always, man.
And I want to thank all my people that follow me on X. We got over 3,147. We're getting close to 3,200. I want to appreciate you guys. And I told my people to come through if they could come through. But, we growing the brand. We're growing the brand. What I love about this, Clay, is I really appreciate you and Ray to go to a platform like you guys where you just literally just keep it 100. You keep it the truth. No narratives behind nothing. You got to be true to the people by the people. You ain't talking shit about nobody. You just keeping it real.
Right.
You got to keep it real. And I love where you're going with this. And that's why I love everything that happens to you is nothing going to be, it's going to be nothing but greatness for you and you guys. I'm going to say this. Once the commission and the WBA president that just came out, they all acknowledge this. No matter how they try to cook it, the PBC, a lot of PBC people are on Twitter, by the way, a lot of PBC bots, if you didn't notice. There's a lot of them out there, a lot of them. And there's a lot of small brands that are associated with them that get the press. They actually, they interview these people and want to be a part of this because they get that freedom from PBC. So they will literally side with the PBC. They will not be for the people by the people. They will be for an entity. Once it comes out that Tank Davis comes out and loses, that gravy train is done. You'll never see. And look, I love every boxer. If you lose, that's okay. Come back. Redemption. But the way all the shit that they've been talking, the way they've been smoking it out, saying that everybody else is nothing, now for the first time ever, your pay-per-view star has a loss. You made it into a Floyd Mayweather-esque. That you were even saying, Tank Davis, that you are right there at that level with Floyd. This is going to be the end of any discussion. Even today, it's still the end of a discussion. I don't ever want to hear, once the commission comes out, Clay, and they all agree, you got to give it to Lamont Roach. Thank you, Lamont Roach. I appreciate you. You are the man with a plan. And my people, thank you for following D-Block. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all have a hell of a day. Thank you so much. It's enough. D-Town, DC, coming at you live in the greatest city of all time.
D-Block. Hold on, D-Block. I just want to say congratulations on transitioning to YouTube, man.
Yeah, we're gonna go slowly.
Have you started recording yet? Have you started like doing shows yet?
No, not yet. But I'm going there. I'm going there. I promise I will go there. And I'm gonna go to New York City. We're gonna go see the Ryan Garcia fight. Hopefully, I'll be live on YouTube.
I'll see you there.
I'll be there.
Y'all have a great night, guys.
Bye.
All right, D.
Peace out, brother.
Man, yeah, man. He was hitting on a couple of different cylinders there, huh? Right. Yeah, man. I think the big cylinder he hit on was on that Pro Box. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was like, bro. That Pro Box shout out was definitely like, yeah, bro. Pro Box has got to feel like. But I'm interested, Coach Eddie, in your perspective as far as the topic at hand, what Boxing Hacker also brought to the table, which I thought was interesting as far as involving the Vegas, the odds, the betting. You know that controls a lot of the energy and the decision making of the WBA as far as how they're going to address this situation, or I mean, honestly, the New York State Athletic Commission at this point on how they're going to handle it. How much do you think these things kind of cross lines as far as affecting each other? I mean, I don't think they should, but what do you think they will do when it comes to that topic?
I mean, at the end of the day, man, they got to do the right thing. I mean, you can't win all the time because right now Vegas basically took everybody's money. They took Tank Davis' money. People betted on Tank, they got their money. People betted on Lamont, they got their money. So I mean, at the end of the day, the house will lose sometime, but they always eventually will get it back. So you know they know how to recoup their money. At the end of the day, they got to do the right thing. This would be the equivalent of me going to a Dodge dealership and driving a Hellcat off the lot without paying for it, and everybody seen me do it. They got surveillance camera. I went in there, I wrote a bad check, gave them my driver license. They got all the information that they need to track me down. Are they going to come get me or not?
Right.
You know, this is basically shoplifting. You know, you loaded up your book bag with candy bars, drinks, and potato chips, and walked out of the door, and you caught on camera. Are you going to prosecute me or not? That's pretty much all it is. I mean,
what's the consequence if you don't prosecute me?
That somebody else will do it.
Period.
Right. You know, because I'm gonna say, man, you know that store down there, man, yeah, they sweet, man. You can go down there and just load up. They ain't gonna do nothing. I mean, look what happened in California when they were prosecuting people. What did people start doing? They start going there racking up.
Yup.
Blatant, no mask, nothing. Just blatant strong arm robbery. Smiling, laughing, recording themselves, stealing things. So that's what happened. You have to nip it in the bud. Because if you don't, I mean, what would be? This is no different. If you start a count and then stop a count, this would be like when Deontay Wilder knocked down Tyson Fury. Because a knockdown is a knockdown, whether it's a knee or whether it's a devastating knockdown. The rules state it's a knockdown. Right. It would be the equivalent of stopping the count in the middle of Fury. You say, hold up, you know what? I don't think he got hit that hard. Let me give him a few seconds and see if he can get himself together. I mean, the man started the count. The concept is still the same. It's ruled a knockdown.
Yeah.
And you can't in the mental gymnastics. Like last night, I was up on the panel, and they were just so much deflecting and so much spinning. I'm like, what are you guys doing? You know, somebody trying to tell me, oh well, you know, the guy threw 200 punches, so he was more accurate. The dude threw 200 punches the whole fight. What do you mean he's more accurate? He did absolutely nothing. How do you win a fight, a 12-round fight, throwing 200 punches? I mean, that's crazy. But it's like the mental gymnastics that the people are trying to do to justify the action. It's like people are painting themselves in the corner to justify this. As far as Las Vegas, they do. I mean, people do have a right to get their money back. Now, how would they rectify it? Would they maybe give people store credit or something? And maybe they might not give you a refund. They may be like, okay, look, if you went to a betting site, I'll give you credit for whatever you put on. I don't know how they would fix that situation.
In my opinion, you know what they say in the guidelines and fine print that people don't miss? You bet at your own risk. You bet at your own risk.
So that covers them.
You don't have to do anything. It all depends on the state laws, but most of these people are in Vegas. You know what I mean? See, the company, people realize, okay, they ask you where you're from because they tax you differently. They don't, the station of where everything is held is in Vegas, and Vegas covers themselves at you bet at your own risk. So when you go into a casino, you lose your money on the floor, they don't have to give you that money back, right? Even though you won it. Yep. Oh, well, I lost it. You just don't care. You see me lose it. This don't matter. You bet, you lost, it is what it is. That person found your ticket, they ran in it, that's your problem. They don't care. That's why they do that. Now, I was going to let you guys know, I don't know if you want to know this, Clay, or not, for a news break, because I got some breaking news that I just found 28 minutes ago was dropped. Keith Thurman will not be supported by the PBC in his upcoming fight. They're bailing on him.
I mean, that makes sense.
Not surprising to me.
Yup. I mean, that was a toilet bowl of money to flush. I mean, they weren't. No Limit was handling that. Yeah, man, not surprising at all.
Terrible, man.
Not surprising at all. I got a question for Coach Eddie as a former boxer and somebody who works in a boxing gym. I wanted to speak on this a little bit right here. This right here is the sort of like the mission statement, or I don't know what we want to call it, as far as what TKO, Ringside Magazine, and Sella Investment Group are coming together. And this is basically Turkey Al-Sheikh, TKO, and Riyadh season coming together with what Dana's doing. And I want to highlight one important part on this page right here. And I wanted to know, as a fighter coming up, I'll read it to you first, and then I want your reaction to it, but also how was it for you coming up as a boxer, and the things you had to do and the things you had to deal with, and how much would this type of structure have helped you? Okay. It says right here on the second page where it says the new promotion will feature. It says a highly structured system to develop new talent from around the world, including athletes, athlete combines, and academies. It says access for all boxers to the UFC Performance Institute, the world's leading combat sports performance training, research, rehabilitation, and nutrition center, featured in Las Vegas, Mexico City, and Shanghai, China. TKO's production, media, and promotional expertise to deliver both in-arena experiences and top-tier state-of-the-art broadcasts to fans around the world. All right. I think the more important part of this one is going to be the second one for me, which is access for all the boxers to use the Performance Institute and having access to all the training, research, rehabilitation, and nutrition center for the fighters, the prospects that are coming up to be contenders. would that have benefited you as a fighter coming up to be involved in a system like this on a platform like what Turkey's offering, or would this have, or were you getting this anyway in some other kind of way? How were you getting the nutritionists? How were you dealing with the rehabilitation, the doctors? How were you dealing with the performance training centers, the highest, you know, what did you have to do to get those things for yourself as an up and coming prospect?
Well, I wouldn't say that I reached a prospect level. Like I said, I had about 40 amateur fights. I had 3 professional fights. I was at a different stage. I was an electrician. I worked on the construction site, and I was boxing at the same time. You know, so I wouldn't call myself a prospect, but I did have opportunity. I found it very hard for me to get fights because I was old, but I was good. And I had a lot of people, they would say they would fight me, and then they would pull out because the boxing world is small. They'd be like, you better get beat by a 36-year-old man.
Right.
You know, and so I ran into that a lot. And it was tough for me to get fights, and not having money behind me, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times you can build your record, you know, just like you just find 10 guys you can beat, just pay them. You know, pay them $400 to $600. I think that was the going rate at the particular time I was fighting. You can get a 4-rounder for $400. You know, $600, something like that. So $6,000, you could literally be 10-0, and that's how a lot of guys built their records. So they was able to get popped in the rankings, and you got connections, you can get there. But this opportunity that they're doing, for what I take, it seems like they almost have a hierarchy in it, where you have the top of the top of the food chain, but then it's also going to give opportunity to guys who may not be on that top level, but maybe like a G League or prospect level or a contender level, or, you know, a guy that's beginning, because it's all different levels in boxing. You know, you got beginner level, prospect, contender, champion. You got journeyman level. You got I don't want to tomato can, you know, I mean, I don't want to use that derogatory, but we all know you got tomato can level and stuff like that. And tomato cans are very important to boxing because that's how people build their record, by fighting the tomato cans. The tomato cans are the bravest fighters in boxing because they fight anybody and everybody. They don't make excuses. They show up and they fight. You know, and they don't get paid a whole bunch of money. There's no A side or no B side. They just take what they can give and get in the jump in the ring and knowing they're going to get cooked and go through with it. So shout out to the quote unquote tomato cans. But this right here will be great because it's going to give prospects an opportunity to potentially go up a ladder. It's kind of like what Dana White did with the UFC fighter series that he did, where they took guys that were unknown, brought them, and now next thing you know, they're fighting on the big stage. And this is an opportunity because with boxing, it's almost like a dark tunnel or dead end. You're working so hard and you're trying to make it. And if you don't have the connection, you will never, ever get the fight that you want. You will never get an opportunity to prove yourself. So that's why a lot of guys wind up quitting, because they're not making any money. They're working real hard, and life is still life. You still got to pay bills. You still got family. You still got wife. And your wife looking at you sideways because you ain't made no money, you know, in 2 or 3 months because you're waiting on a fight. But this is an opportunity for trainers, coaches, fighters, you know, beginners, prospects, contenders, and all the way up to the upper echelon. It gives a guy that could be a contender or a prospect an opportunity and a goal for something he can work up towards to possibly get a big fight with one of these guys on the top level. I think it's a great move.
I think it is, man. And like I was saying earlier, I really haven't found too many boxers or people who have boxed to find something too negative about this. Like, I'm sure there'll be some cons about it. There'll be some contingencies that maybe you need to get worked on, but just on face value for what it is and the mission statement, I haven't seen too many boxers push back at this, you know, push back at the idea of this, especially in comparison to what I'm hearing boxers with stories where when it comes to rehabilitation, when it comes to medical treatment, when it comes to getting a nutritionist, when it comes to facilitating these top level facilities, they're not getting access to those things. They're having to work full-time jobs and still not be able to get inside of these opportunities. And this for prospects, I think is I don't think you can put a price tag on it, to be honest with you. I think that if you're the right talent, you take advantage of something like this and you blow up. If you just ain't him and you just ain't gonna make it, you ain't gonna make it anyway. But if there's a lot of people who don't make it just because they don't get the opportunities, you know what I mean, to show up.
Right. And I'm agreeing with that, because what this is doing right now, this is filling a void. This is filling You remember we had Showbox. That was a proving ground for prospects. Your next step from Pro Box, you graduate from Pro Box, you went to Showtime Championship Boxing. A lot of guys that Andre Ward, Tim Bradley, a lot of guys that was on that upper echelon started off on Showbox. And Pro Box is following the same platform as Showbox or a similar platform, because now we're seeing ex-champions, guys that maybe a little bit past it, but still have a somewhat recognizable name fight on Pro Box. And then we have some guys, some undefeated prospects who are fighting on Pro Box, you know, hoping they get some type of recognition. So this is like a segue into a whole nother world. It's all about opportunity as a boxer. It's all about opportunity. If you never get an opportunity, you can be the greatest fighter, but if nobody ever sees you, you know, you'll just fall by the wayside. And then eventually you'll get frustrated with the sport and you'll quit.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. Look, guys, I appreciate everybody on the platform today, everybody who showed up. It's going on 4 hours. I don't know, Fight Sports, if you want to tap into anything as far as what this looks like to you, as far as the opportunity or what Turkey's doing, or, you know, if you want to give some closing, whatever you feel like, you know what I mean, speaking on, the floor is definitely yours to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was thinking of ways to sum this up. Anytime there was structure for the grassroots of the sport, i.e. prospects in this case, that's always a good thing. And I'll just give one example with the UFC. Like one really good thing, or two good things that they've done. One is that Dana White has made it his job to go to lesser shows and check out, you know, their talent to try and see who he can bring to the UFC and who's got potential there. He's also invented a thing called Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series, where he would fly prospects out. These guys would fight each other, and he would sign the guys who looked the best. And also another thing, the UFC Network Fight Pass, they have streamed lesser shows and done deals. Now, people talk about the words monopoly, etc. And yeah, as you mentioned, Clay, there's pros and cons to everything, but it gives the lesser promotions a platform that they wouldn't otherwise have, because there's no bigger platform in MMA than the UFC, and there never will be. So yeah, anytime there is structure brought to the prospect level, which is grassroots, it's excellent, helps the sport. So we'll see where this goes. Thanks for having me, guys, as always. Salute to everybody. Coach Eddie, always great talking to you. Clay and Ray, you guys run a fantastic show, and it's always great to be on, and I look forward to tomorrow. And yep, all the best, guys, as always.
No doubt. Fight Sports Talk. Thank you for showing up, man, and gracing the platform. Eddie, Coach Eddie, the floor is yours if you want any closer or any type of last statements or anything you want to make.
Now, last statement, just thank you, Brother Clay. Thank you, Brother Ray. Y'all guys be blessed today. I always enjoy coming up and talking about my favorite sport, boxing, man. I'm a boxing junkie. I mean, you have no idea, man. I used to sit up at night, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning with my VHS tape, and I would make my own boxing tape before YouTube. And I still have, man, I got like hundreds of tapes that I made from Omar Sheikah. I don't know if you remember that guy, but
no, I don't remember.
I taped it. Yeah, I taped everybody, man, and I got like hundreds of VHS tapes that I personally made myself. Stayed up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, knowing I had to go to work 3 hours later, and recorded those fights because I wanted them. And I love boxing, man. I'm a boxing junkie, man, and sometimes it's fun. You hear a lot of people coming into this boxing space right now who will just kind of see it as an opportunity to make a few coins or whatever. But I really, really love boxing. And it's kind of fun, to cook some people sometimes. I try not to be too much of a troll, but I can't help it because the fact just destroys everything. And then, I cooked a few people last night around about 1 o'clock just because I just wanted to do it because they had no defense mechanism. It was kind of like a kung fu movie. It was like 1 on 6, and it was like it was no contest. So now I'm just kidding.
You know what I'm saying?
But it was fun, man. It was fun, and a shout out to everybody channel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody who lets me up on the panel, man, I consider it a privilege and an honor because I don't have the time or maybe, you know, just the technical knowledge to even run the show. And man, just to sit up here and put yourself out there on camera like that takes a lot of courage, man. You know what I'm saying? To do what you guys are doing, man. So shout out to you guys, man, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
No doubt, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. Until the next episode. Peace. Hey, Ray, another one in the bag. You know, I think we might have ruffled. Oh God, I think we might have ruffled some feathers today. You know what I mean? I'm sure we have. I know people were a little upset at the approach. But you know, some things are just truth. You know what I mean? Sometimes the truth hurts, and we can't sugarcoat certain things. You know what I mean? I try to be respectful of everybody's perspective and respectful. You know, I try not to poke at the bear. You know, we might say. At times, I try to be fair and, you know, unbiased, and I think I did that today. But you know, when it comes to the rules and the regulations and how boxing works, I don't think there's anything to argue about, and I don't think there's any riding the fence. You either are for boxing and supporting what the sport is going to be and supporting the rules, or you're on the other side of it that's going to dilute what the sport has. Man, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
100% right. It's as clear as this, right? And I don't know why nobody made this analogy. There's no need for me to go in a 25-mile-per-hour zone and do 100 miles per hour in a Corvette, and the cop pulls me over and tells me I'm not going to get a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If he lets me go, that's just good for me. But what does he do with the next car that does it? Because you know everybody else can be like, well, you didn't do nothing to him, right? Mm-hmm. Especially with all the cameras and everything that go on now. So to that point is, listen, man, rules are there for a reason. And, people like to dismiss the rules because of something they favor.
Right.
Or because, you know what I mean? Like, we heard a lot of people like, well, he only pulled me over because I was black. Or I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But the fact is, sometimes people use that excuse way too much. Or they're looking at me funny in the store because I'm dressed a certain way. So what? Why is that on your conscience? Keep it moving. You know what I mean? And I think that's where we have to separate. And I don't want to tell people how to think. Let's not get it twisted. But I think as a whole, the world globally, we have to separate our likes or our needs from our wants. Is that the best way of saying it?
Right.
I think a lot of times people don't know how to separate those things, and we're not being honest with ourselves. And when we're not honest with ourselves, we find ourselves in these predicaments, man. At the end of the day. Yeah,
man. There's truth, and when it comes down to truth, the truth is just the truth. Everything else is just it just, you know what I mean? It just is what it is, you know what I mean? And I'm glad that the WBA president, Gilberto Mendoza, came out and made his statement. I thought that was very profound, and it makes sense that somebody else wrote that, because I did not understand. I thought it was very conflicting with other things that he said in the past, and I was just very confused about it, and I just had to call that nonsense out. And it was good to see that he switched that up and made it clear that I don't feel that way. And I think it's black and white. I don't think there's nothing to be confused on what we saw on Saturday.
And that brings a lawsuit in itself, because you just literally have this written, bro.
It just conflicting with what you have written. It's just like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, no, that'd be stupid. That's stupid. Yeah. That's stupid. At the end of the day, it is what it is, you know.
Man, yeah, man. Salute to everybody who showed up today. I see we leaking out, everybody kind of heading out. I'm sure there's other things going on. I got stuff I got to do. It's getting to be about that time. Man, salute to everybody who showed up to the channel. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you do that. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. It's another one, man. Until tomorrow, we're going to be building on some more boxing. It's that ATP Combat Media Show, guys. It's your boy Clay. It's your boy Ray. And at this point,
we out.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down. No, got a soul view to myself. Yeah, why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas.